Hypocrisy.
You're my lawyer?
Says here you, robbed a hospital? Why'd you do that?
Yeah, I'm not guilty.
That's not what the other lawyer said.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Recato of Recato Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How's it going, guys? Woo! Sorry about that. So I was upstairs. Oh, man. Fell asleep. Lady Raggeds is watching Cowboy Bebop, the old one, not the new one. And I'm sitting there and I just passed out on the bed and everything's going great. And then my alarm goes off so I can come down here and so I can come do the show. And I go out of my room and my littlest one is just sitting there watching TV. And I'm like, why are you awake? And she says, I'm finishing my movie. I'm like, I told you to go to sleep. You're supposed to be asleep. She's like, well, I'm finishing my movie. I'm like, go to bed. So then she's taken forever. And I have to I'm like, go to bed. So then she's like, wait, can I have a bedtime snack? No, you can't have a bedtime snack. It's 11 o'clock. Go to bed. I'm late. Okay. So she goes and I have to follow her downstairs. And then as we're getting downstairs, she's like, I got to grab my pillow. What do you mean grab your pillow? Your pillow's in your room. No, I got to grab another pillow. Oh my gosh. Anyway, so 4-year-olds, man. 4-year-olds are a trip. And they make you even later than you already are. So sorry about that. What did I have for dinner? Well, I had this, I had a prime rib roast, which is basically just ribeye that's like this thick. And I didn't have time to make the roast. I was going to make it, but it takes like 4 hours. And when I bought it, I was planning on making the roast, but then I didn't get around to it. Oh, excuse me. And tomorrow I'm not going to be here to cook it. So I cut it into 4 individual ribeye steaks instead of one ribeye roast. And yeah, so I made that. And then I made a pasta side dish, which was just penne pasta with a basic tomato sauce, zucchini, shallot, and garlic as a side. I don't know. It was good. Good times. So tonight we're going to get to the freaking DUI. I'm going to wait. I'm going to do that one last now. I don't respond well to terroristic threats. So anyways, we're going to do that in just a minute here. We're going to watch Gaige Grosskreutz DUI. It is going to be first on the agenda in just a second. And then we're going to do the Supreme Court more of the oral argument as I catch up on the chats from earlier today. That's the plan. That's the plan. And the DUI isn't super long, but people have been asking me to watch it. And so I figured I probably should at some point actually watch it with you guys. I did. I can't remember if I watched the whole thing or if I skimmed it earlier. Let's see. It's only 7 minutes. This is not a long video here. I'm sure I can make it like 2 hours if you want. I can make it forever if you want with the commentary. I have the ability to do that. I have the training. I have the tenacity to sit there and just watch this video and make it take forever. But I won't. I won't do that. Watch the full version. I've never been on EFAP. No. Actually, I got a message from them saying they would never have me on. I'm the worst person on the planet. I'm just kidding. No, I did get to talk to Mahler the other day, and it's basically about scheduling and lining up the right show. Look, I'm not gonna. No, so there is a full DUI video probably somewhere, but this is the 7 minute and 45-second one. I'm not gonna watch the if there is a full uncut one, I'm not gonna do that. I mean, most of it's just sitting around waiting. But this is from his 10 his October 6, 2020 arrest. And that seems, watching 2 hours of that seems horrifying. The best is cut out. You got to be kidding me. You have to be kidding that there's an actual 2-hour one. Check Instagram. Yeah, I'm not going to watch the whole thing tonight. Maybe I'll skim through it later and find it, but I'm not going to watch that 2-hour thing. That'd be, what the hell? How can we get the 2 hours? It can't actually be worth watching that. There's a whole one on YouTube. I can't find that. Let's see. Yeah, when I type in Gaige Grosskreutz DUI, I just get the one. Oh, nope. There's the. Holy criminy. He's a .212. No, we'll just do this other one. I'm not gonna do the full one for now. We could maybe, if there's something great, maybe I'll watch through and find something else. But I mean, I'm watching the 7 minute 45-second one. I saw plenty to talk about. So anyway, let's do this. Let's get into this. Otherwise, we're not going to finish. To those who know about Vic Mignogna, no, there is no update in the Vic Mignogna case. There was no ruling today from the appeals court. We're still waiting on that thing. We're, Whew. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. It's 2 separate body cams. That's why it's 2 hours. Now you guys are trying to convince me to watch it. Look at that goofy ass mugshot right there. It's a lot of stuff. Well, let's start with this. I don't know about doing the whole 2 hours. If it gets super boring, I'm going to stop. But it is, I mean, you could tell there's, you know, it switches back to the other one here. Let's just get going. James Valdez says, does 13 hours seem like too long for a 9-pound beef brisket at 220 on a pellet smoker? No, that doesn't seem too long at all. You know, you got to get that thing to like 203, 204. And it just takes a while. Skullgar Thane says, if you and Mahler haven't already agreed on a topic, you can dump on Legal Eagle together. The fandom built a whole lot of lore around the Don from Captain Marvel's movie based off Legal Eagle's terrible take on the scene. Yeah, we'll have to see. All right, let's get started here. We'll rate his DUI performance on his questioning. There's no audio yet. If I was in Kyle's position, would I have had the rifle destroyed? I don't know. I guess it sells on some of the Jesus. On some PR level, it sells to have the rifle destroyed. I don't know what the angle is. But he might just not want to have the rifle, right? He shot people, killed them with it. It's going to have some...
Hello,
Look
sir.
at that.
Officer Lazarus, West Dallas Police Department. You don't mind pulling over today? Nope. Okay. When you turned on to 60th Street from Greenfield, you didn't use your turning signal. All right. You have your ID on you?
I do, but
What's that?
I do, but it's like literally right behind my buddy's seat right here.
Okay.
Don't really want to reach for it.
I got you. Are there any weapons inside the car?
Absolutely not.
No. Okay. Where are you guys coming from today?
I don't have questions.
You don't answer questions? Okay. Anything to drink tonight, sir?
No, sir.
No. Okay.
I don't answer questions. You just had a whole thing about where his ID was. His ID is behind his friend, so he doesn't want to reach for it. Don't know why his ID is behind his friend. Pro tip, don't have your ID behind your friend. That's a bad play. You either have your ID handy where when you can grab it, you know, when you get pulled over, you can have that thing ready, you know, in a front pocket, a back pocket, whatever, or excuse me, or you have it up in like a compartment in your car. You don't want to do this, because if his ID isn't behind his friend, then maybe he doesn't have what happened happen. We'll see.
Well, I'm going to need to identify you, so do you have your ID on you?
If it's behind him, but I don't want to reach or anything.
I got you. Sir, do you have your ID on you?
Do you need mine?
I do need yours.
If you need mine, I can give you mine.
Sure. Is there a reason that you didn't use your turning signal when you turned onto 60th Street? Sir? Driver? You don't answer questions? Okay.
Actually, like, not a bad answer. Good job, Gaige. You don't have to answer that question. See, that question was rigged. That question was rigged.
I'll take your ID if you just want to pass that over to me.
Do you need mine?
I do need yours, yes.
Why do you need this?
Because, sir, he's not wearing
If you don't answer questions, don't ask questions.
a seatbelt, and neither are you.
No, I just took mine off because you pulled me over.
Nope.
That doesn't make any sense, sir. I'll take your ID.
No, I understand you, but
Okay. Driver, do you have your ID on you?
am I allowed to reach?
Yeah, go ahead. Where is it? Why don't you tell me where it is before you reach?
So it's right behind my passenger.
He's looking. He's like, I don't see anything back there.
Do you mind if we get it since you don't want to reach?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Another good answer by Gaige. Do you mind if we get it? I can just reach in there and get it. I can just search your car. No big deal. You can just let me in. And he says, absolutely not. Good answer. Smart drunk Gaige.
Okay, well, we need to identify you, sir. So we need your ID. Okay, does that make sense?
I understand what you're
Okay,
saying.
so where's your ID?
Why
Why don't you do me a favor and shut the car off, sir?
see that?
314.
He's acting like overly paranoid. This cop isn't hostile. The cop isn't excited. The cop isn't doing anything. This just looks bad for him. This whole thing. And I mean, this is of course how you act when you believe that every cop is going to shoot you, right? They think that all of this is going to end up with them being, or well, Gaige thinks that this is going to end up with him being murdered by police because he's a communist revolutionary who hates the police. And hey, I'm not a big fan of the police. I don't like being pulled over, but this is just begging for more action than he needed.
Sure. All right. Now I'll take your ID, please.
I don't have it on.
All right. Why don't you step out the car, sir?
And he just said, I don't have it on me. So his answer just changed. Now, well, if you don't have it on you, you're getting out of the car. Not a good play.
Step out of the car, sir.
Oil that door, homie.
Run to the back. Do you have any weapons or anything on you? No? Okay. All right, patch down. All right, put your phone on top of the car, please.
I'd like to contact my attorney, please.
Not at this point.
You don't get to contact your attorney during a traffic stop if you haven't already contacted your attorney. Right now, he is being detained. He is currently detained. He was detained already when the cops' lights came on, but now he's extra detained.
All right. You can face me, sir. Why don't you tell me your name verbally since you don't want to grab your ID?
My ID is back there.
I know, but you refused to grab it when I asked you for it.
Because I don't want to grab behind the chair.
I got you. Okay. Why don't you give me your name verbally then? Okay. Sir, how much did I to drink tonight?
None.
Okay. Would you be willing to perform some standardized field sobriety test? You said no.
It's probably the right play to say no, because now what they have to do is they have to take you in and they have to get you either a blood test or an intoxilizer, or you might have to do a urine test, I think is the other one. In Minnesota, we typically do the intoxilizer or the blood as the alternative. But yeah, if you are drunk, if you are drinking, don't do the field tests. Dear God, if you go into the station, you might get you might get undrunk enough to blow lower. I mean, he's way gone, so it's not going to happen. But that's how it could work out.
I'd like to contact my attorney before I answer it.
At this point, you're not going to be making any phone calls, okay? Because I'm in the middle of a traffic stop. We're in the middle of an investigation here, okay?
That's fair.
By the way, this is not legal advice. Your state may vary. In Minnesota, you can refuse to perform a field sobriety test, but know that when you do, you're probably going to get arrested and have to go into do the official one. But like I said, if you take a field, here's the problem with taking a field sobriety test in general is that if you take one and you're not intoxicated, but you fail the test, they could actually ticket you for being under the influence, even if you're not over the legal limit. That's where the problem comes in, because the standard is actually whether or not you're operating a vehicle while intoxicated. The limit is just a presumption of intoxication when you're in excess of the limit. You don't need to be over the limit for them to ticket you for driving while intoxicated if they can clearly articulate the reasons that you are impaired by the effects of alcohol. So if you're all out there stumbling around, slurring your speech, you can't do the nystagmus test. If you're doing that, then they can go ahead and ticket you anyway. They don't need you to blow a specific number on the machine. Chris D says, did you see Legal Smeagol's new Rittenhouse video about the judge? I have to give Smeagol some credit. Not bad. I have not watched it yet. No.
But
So-
I don't answer any questions.
Okay. So you're not going to identify yourself.
I don't answer any questions.
You can refuse to answer questions all day. You do have to identify yourself. That is typically a legal requirement. And the reason he's standing out here and about to get a ticket for driving while or operating while intoxicated is because he didn't have his ID ready. What an idiot.
Without my attorney present.
You own the vehicle, sir?
I don't answer any questions without my attorney present.
Okay. Are you
Clearly, he doesn't own the vehicle. That's a lesbian's car.
willing to perform standardized field sobriety test because I have the odor of alcohol coming from your breath, sir?
I don't answer any questions without my attorney
You're
present.
slurring your speech as well, sir.
I don't answer any questions without my attorney present.
Okay. Sir, based on your driving behavior, all right, the fact that you're slurring your speech, you have the odor of alcohol coming from your breath, ingest intoxicants, okay, I believe you're impaired, okay, and I want to give you the benefit of the doubt, all right. I want to have you perform some standardized field sobriety.
Oh, hey, there's some good chats here from Mr. Andrew Branca. Hey, what's up, buddy? He says lots of normally perfectly good people get busted on DUI. Poor judgment. 2, people who are this non-cooperative are not typical DUIs. There's no limit for DUI. Could be impaired for any reason. Too tired would be enough. And he says, I am definitely not shish-fished. Nailed it.
Sobriety test so that I know it's safe for you to be operating a motor vehicle at this point. Okay? No, leave the phone there.
Would you be willing to do that?
Sir, you're not allowed to be at your phone at this time, okay?
I don't answer any questions without my attorney present.
Okay. Would you be willing to perform some standardized field sobriety
I
tests?
don't answer any questions.
I need to make sure it's safe for you to be operating a motor vehicle at this point, sir. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, okay?
I appreciate that, but I don't answer any questions without my attorney present.
Okay. Is there a reason why you wouldn't perform standardized field sobriety
I
tests?
don't answer any questions without my attorney present.
He's sticking to it. Good work. If you're gonna take this route,
No, why don't you just hang out here with this officer right now?
if you're gonna take this route, you got to stick with it.
A little what? All right, sir. We're not getting very much cooperation out of your buddy here, okay? What's his deal?
He's a little apprehensive. I know he got his wallet stolen recently, so he's
Stolen from where?
I'm not exactly.
Okay.
He had his wallet stolen recently, so he doesn't want to identify himself. Those two things are logically connected. When you have your wallet stolen, what you don't want to ever do ever again after that, because of the trauma, is to get your ID for the police officer.
Why is he refusing to answer basic questions? He's refusing to identify himself as well.
I don't know personally. I don't want to give too much information about him.
Notice what they're the one thing they're really trying to do here is they're desperately trying to find his ID that is supposed to be magically behind his friend. They're just like, where the hell is it? The cops have all looked, and none of them have seen where this ID is supposed to be. Stephen Oglesby says he's not as think as you drunk he is. Law of self-defense. Kyle Rittenhouse, you are not operating your right arm at this time. Oh, no.
He's a ICE priority, national news recently. So
Okay. Okay. Well, he's a driver of a vehicle, and there is a traffic infraction, so we have to identify
I
him.
understand.
You know what I'm
We
saying?
looked at the police officer in front of us, and
That was
seen him.
that was
That
me.
was you?
Yeah, and I saw that you guys didn't use your turning signal, and you turned on the.
We were. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not the driver.
I got you. I got you. Where are you guys coming from today?
I'm a buddy's house. We will leaving a buddy's house at McDonald's. And
I got you. All right. At this point, I was speaking with your driver here. He's refusing to identify himself.
He does look to be telling the truth with that McDonald's bag there at his feet. Give him some nuggies. Officer, look, I don't want any trouble. I got this 10-piece, though. I'm just saying. Cool. Put Gaige back in the car. I got this 10-piece. I think we can make this happen. If you're into it, if that's cool with you guys.
I had the odor of ingested intoxicants coming from his breath in person. Okay. You know how much he's had to drink tonight?
Personally, I have no idea.
Okay.
We said we from buddy's house.
Were you guys drinking over there?
No, we actually weren't.
Okay. There's no need to lie. He smells like it.
No, I
Okay.
understand that.
Okay. So just be honest.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
No. Yeah. What?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure if you guys were drinking over there?
I'm not sure if we were drinking at all.
Okay. That's interesting.
Notice though, this is on a small scale what we've been talking about with not talking to cops in general, because listen to how he asks these questions. This officer's really good at asking questions to someone who's not paying attention or maybe not very good at listening to questions or is nervous or whatever. He is asking questions designed to elicit the answer he's looking for. And his follow-up questions are very good. The guy's responses are not. His first answer is okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not drinking. He's like, so how much was it though? Because you don't need to lie to me, buddy. I smell you. Time to get me smelling like alcohol. That's the musk.
All right, sir. You're refusing to identify yourself? Okay. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt to perform some standardized field sobriety tests so that I can make sure it's safe for you to be driving. Okay. I have the odor of alcohol coming from your breath. All right. You're slurring your words. You missed a turning signal on 60th and Green.
Branca, you're killing me. He says, in fairness, the cop is not drunk. He's interrogating drunk people. I've done it. It's not that hard.
Field. Okay. I'm trying to work with you. I'm trying to give you every benefit here so that I can make sure it's safe for you to be driving. But at this point, I don't feel that it's safe for you to be driving. Okay. I believe you're impaired. Okay. I'm going to give you one last chance to perform some standardized field sobriety tests so that I can verify it's safe for you to be operating a motor vehicle at this point. Okay?
Don't do it. Don't do it,
Does that make
Gaige.
sense?
I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying I would like to talk to my attorney before I move on.
Okay. What do you think your attorney would advise if he was standing right here?
I don't know. That's why I want to talk to him.
I'd like to talk to them.
Okay.
Good answer.
Are you, at this point, are you refusing to perform some standardized field sobriety tests?
I'm not refusing. I would just like to talk to my attorney.
Do you own the vehicle, sir?
I do own that vehicle.
Okay.
Oh,
So
no.
if I
You answered a question that you said you weren't going to answer. Why'd you do that?
get back the registration info, it's going to have your name on it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm not saying I'm refusing. I'm just saying I would like to talk to my attorney.
Okay. I understand. I'll be right back for you, sir, okay?
Does the cop sound like Sheriffisi? That'd be hilarious. Corey Sheriffisi also moonlights as a DUI cop. Because I get bored. So sometimes when you get bored, you
Milwaukee
go
police
out.
to the jurisdiction that was chasing near MATC.
Zulius Bosworth. No, YouTube earnings are taxed because they are income. Donations or individualized gifts are exceptions to income. Gifts are actually income as well, but a gift exception can be applied to that income up to a certain amount per person. But if it's a gift, it has to be given freely. It can't be in an exchange for any sort of performance. There can be no expectation of anything. And the situations under which you could claim a gift exemption typically are not manifesting when a YouTube super chat is given. And anybody who is actually counting YouTube super chats as gifts could be in for a very, very rude awakening. It is almost definitely compensation in exchange for performance. Okay, I'm going to skip forward because this is just boring stuff at the car. All right.
You get anywhere? We're still, okay. All right, so I'm gonna give you one last option, Gaige. All right, because right now you're leaving me with nothing. You're leaving me no option here. I need to make sure that it's safe for you to be driving. If not, based on my observations, I believe you're impaired and you're operating a motor vehicle. Okay. Do you get what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying?
I just want to talk to my attorney. Can you give me that at least?
What's
Let's
that?
say I'm being uncooperative. I just want to talk to my attorney before I move forward. Please scan it.
Huh? You scanning?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Oak Creek's pursuing car.
All right. I'm not gonna let you make a phone call at this point. I'm asking you if you will perform standardized field sobriety tests, and this is your last option. I don't want to hear you ask about your attorney, and I don't want to hear any other excuse. I want to know, will you perform the test, yes or no?
So why are you pulling me over?
I told you because you didn't use your turning signal when you were on Greenfield and you turned onto 60th Street. That's the reason for the traffic stop.
Because I came to a complete stop and then turned right.
You did not use your turning signal while conducting the turn. That is why I pulled you over. Okay. All right. So will you perform the test for me, sir?
Yeah, I see the pancake on the ground. It looks like a McDonald's wrapper for a burger. It's yellow and kind of round. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, if he knows he's going to fail those field sobriety tests, don't take him. He's still making the right play. The cop saying, look, I just need you to help me out. He's not helping you out. Know this, most of the time, the overwhelming majority of the time, police officer engaged in a stop with you is not helping you out with any questions. They're helping them out. They're trying to do their own job. And you should always keep that in mind. For whatever it's worth, Gaige here is doing basically the right thing for his scenario. Nothing, if him complying any more than he's doing, except for having the ID handy when he first got pulled over, if he could have kept his face forward, kept his breath low, and, here you go. Here's my ID. I don't answer any questions. Thank you. And then gone from there, he might not have gotten out of the car. He might not have been, the guy might not have smelled the odor of alcohol on his breath, all of that stuff. But other than that initial move, nothing he does after that is going to help him. Taking the test isn't going to help him. Answering these questions isn't going to help him.
25 is Monterey South City limits.
I would like to talk to my attorney. I have a right to do that.
Okay. Is that your?
I have a right to do
I need a yes or no answer regarding the test. Will you perform the test? That's going to be a yes or no. That's going to be a yes or no.
I have right to talk to my attorney.
Okay. Yes or no.
I have right to talk to my attorney.
Okay. If that's the case, if you're not going to perform the test, I need you to stand up for me.
You don't need to.
We'll help you out.
I know.
All right. You don't want to perform the test?
I'm not saying you don't want to perform the test.
All right. Based on my observations, you're going to be placed under arrest for operating while intoxicated.
Yeah, it's
He just told you.
Aurora Healthcare Center.
What's that, sir?
I never said I wouldn't perform it.
All right. Let's walk this way. We'll go to the back of my squad over here.
He could have answered the turn signal question with my bicep doesn't allow it.
Do you need anything from inside the vehicle, like a wallet or a phone or anything like that?
My phone's on top of the vehicle, sir.
Do you?
No, this is after he was shot. Now Gaige is going to very soon learn just how quickly you can get a search warrant in the year 2020.
All right, Gaige, whenever someone's arrested for operating while intoxicated, it's required that this form is read to them. This is called the informing the accused form, okay? I'm going to read this form to you, all right? And then at the conclusion, I'm going to have a question for you. So do your best to pay attention. Some of this stuff applies to you, some of it will not, okay? Under Wisconsin's implied consent law, I'm required to read this notice to you. You have either been arrested for an offense. Yeah, grab a light real quick. Sergio, can I use your light real quick? My flashlight died. All right, I'm going to start over. Under Wisconsin's implied consent law, I'm required to read this notice to you. You have either been arrested for an offense that involves driving or operating a motor vehicle while under the influence of alcohol or drugs or both, or you are the operator of a vehicle that was involved in an accident that caused the death of, great bodily harm to, or substantial bodily harm to a person, or you are suspected of driving or being on duty time
Hey, he knows about substantial bodily harm.
with respect to a commercial motor vehicle after consuming an intoxicating beverage. This law enforcement agency now wants to test one or more samples of your breath, blood, or urine to determine the concentration of alcohol or drugs in your system. If any test shows more alcohol in your system than the law permits while driving, your operating privilege will be suspended. If you refuse to take any test at this agency request, your operating privilege will be revoked and you will be subject to other penalties. The test results or the fact that you refuse testing can be used against you in court. If you take all the requested tests, you may choose to take further tests. You may take the alternative test that this law enforcement agency provides free of charge. You also may have a test conducted by a qualified person of your choice at your expense. You, however, will have to make your own arrangements for that test.
Law of self-defense says, cop, I'm going to read this form to you, search warrant, and after that, you're thoroughly effed. Do you understand what I've just told you? Twice.
If you have a commercial driver's license or were operating a commercial motor vehicle, other consequences may result from positive test results or from refusing testing, such as being placed out of service or disqualified. In addition, your operating privileges will also be suspended if a detectable amount of a restricted controlled substance is in your blood. So, Gaige, the question I have for you is, will you submit to an evidentiary chemical test of your blood?
I want to talk to my attorney.
It's a yes or no answer.
I want to talk to my attorney.
Will you submit to an evidentiary chemical test of your blood? If you do not answer with a yes or no answer, I'm going to consider it a refusal.
As I've stated,
Now, see, this I actually have a problem with. If you're going in, and I really have a problem with how this works in Minnesota. Okay. So as a criminal defense attorney, if I get a phone call, this is Wisconsin, so it might be different, but in Minnesota, if I get a phone call from a client who says, hey, I'm being required to give a breath or blood sample at the official test, not a field breathalyzer, but the intoxilizer that they have down at the station, or a blood test at a hospital or clinic. Then if they call and say, hey, what can I do? I can't actually advise them to refuse the test, because in Minnesota, refusal of that test is actually a violation of the law by itself. So I'm not allowed to give them legal advice to break the law. And it's this weird ethical dilemma that we have in this. And I actually don't like how that works. I also don't like here that he's asking him a legal question that will require either consent or potentially criminal penalties for a lack of consent or refusal of consent, without letting him consult his attorney. See, for the field tests, I agree. You're at a temporary detention stop, but once you're under arrest, I think you should have an opportunity to contact your attorney at that point and get some advice on it. I do not like how DWI plays out once you get past this field test stage.
Okay, like I said before, I need a yes or no answer. Are you refusing to answer with a yes or no answer?
Like I said, I want to talk to my attorney.
Okay, it's going to be a refusal, okay?
I want to talk to my attorney.
All right, it's going to be a refusal.
Law of self-defense. It's a yes or no answers. Jeepers, feels like my first marriage. Pro tip, I gave the wrong answer.
None of you guys are, especially him.
What's up?
He's asking if you lift, bruh.
Oh. There's his ID. He's involved. No wants. Duvak, I'm in a 19 for a warrant.
Huh?
I'm in a 19 for a warrant.
What offenses?
One law student. No, I did not read your super chat on Moon. Moon?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were buckled. I will buckle you in, sir.
Buckle yourself, scrub.
Yeah, safety first, right?
Last night, I read them all last night. I don't remember what it was, though. One L, just tag me and remind me what it said.
Go ahead.
1019 for a warrant. It's going to be a refusal. You can mark the refusal time as now.
All right, let's get to the station here. Like I said, Gaige is about to find out how quickly you can get a warrant in 2020 in the middle of the night. Law of self-defense says, top, can I confirm your address? 556 Rittenhouse, blown away.
Walk right up to that counter, please. Do you have any COVID symptoms? No. I'll give you a chance to take the handcuffs off of you. Let's go. Take everything out of your pockets before I take the handcuffs off.
It'd be funny if. Oh, here's your mask. Wouldn't it be funny if he found his wallet and ID in his pockets? He had a passport in his back pocket. Good work. Could have identified yourself that way, dummy. Okay, to the chat, does anybody actually just drive around with a passport in their back pocket? I don't do that, but maybe I'm wrong. Law of Self-Defense says GG is in the shed now. Everything changes. Environment, demeanor. Oh, yeah.
Do me a favor. Have a seat on this chair. Kick your shoes off for me. Your shoes off.
He should have just asked him to walk across the room. Can you follow me down, across the room, down the hallway, right along this line, sir? What if the cop just started saying, stop resisting, stop resisting? Gaige's like, I'm not. Stop resisting. Stop resisting. Got a 10-14. This motherfucker's resisting. Oh, we're going to get him. I would probably do that just as a joke. This is why I'm not a cop, right? I'd be like, stop resisting. Like, I'm not. Stop resisting, bro. Stop it. I'm going to have you take the gauges out of your ears. Gauge.
Bandana's got to come off.
That arm's still hurting.
It's got to come off.
Sir, can you tell me why you're refusing to use your right hand?
Coat's got to come off.
Law of Self-Defense says just drop his passport on the ground and body cam is fumbling efforts to pick it up. That's why I'm not a cop.
I'm going to have you sit this room for me.
Sir, your sleeve is going to have to come off. Thank you, Cinema Queen. I'll check it in a minute. Oh, he's got his there was a cut there. He turned his body cam back on. Hello, Mr. Grosskreutz. Guess what I have?
Come on out. Gage, come on out. Shoes on. What's that? Shoes on. Shoes on for me.
Sorry, I was too drunk to remain awake in the detention cell. Law of Self-Defense says, keep door locked changes everything. Yeah, man. Get stuck in that little room. Are you... Sir, I know you're not a religious man. Why are you praying?
Shoes on.
You know, there's a possibility that he pounded a bunch of shots like right before they started driving and thought he would make it home before it hit him. And now it's hit him. Ooh, that's a bad feeling. Need a hand there, buddy? When he took that jacket off and he saw the cast, he should have said, "I can see why you're so familiar with your rights."
Guess that was one. Bring it back.
See, I could not cuff someone without making jokes. Couldn't do it. Very unprofessional. Canadian Hestan says Mr. Grosskreutz is very much that guy who thinks he's smarter than everyone else. Anyway, here's some worthless Canadian money. Cheers. Thank you. Law of Self-Defense says, "Cop, now we'd like to read you your Miranda rights." Hey, the worst thing would be if the cop put him in the car and said, "I'll see you at the hospital, Mr. Freddie Gray," and closed the door without buckling him. I mean, that'd be way more terrifying than whatever's happening to Gaige right now.
315 awful.
They gotta go get a blood test. Cop got a warrant. Now they're gonna go to the clinic. The 7-minute version has a bunch of this stuff. All right, Here we go. Shawnee Knox, this was before he lost his $10 million lawsuit. This is back on October of 2020. He had just been shot in August. Don't worry, sir. To take your blood, we'll just be giving you a shot in the arm. Oh.
Go ahead, man. I'll call for you.
I see. Thank you, Darth Crypto, for DMing me timestamps. We'll just kind of muddle our way through this.
Okay, sounds good. We'll just put your mask in there. Okay. And we'll right to that room over there, consultation room.
Law of Self-Defense says, "My wife is going to kill me. I'm spending a couple $100 to tell bad jokes on Nick's show." Yeah, I could just send you an invite if you want. You come tell him in person.
Just have a seat on the chair for me.
Andrew, if you want and are able to.
Yep.
What? I'll send you a message. Or wait, can I even message you on Twitter, or do you have those turned off? Oh, I got you. I'll send you the link on Twitter. If you want to join, you can.
All right, Gaige. So what I have here is
if you're not able to, don't worry about it.
For your blood, okay? I'm gonna read you the face sheet here, and then at the end of this whole process, you're gonna get a copy of this, okay? Whereas the court has reviewed the affidavit of Michael Zaris of the West Dallas Police Department in support of the search warrant.
Now we get to hear a cop's on the job, on the fly reading skills. This is always good. This would make you so nervous, or like well, maybe it wouldn't, but like if you know you're on body cam, like what if you just suck at sight reading? Oh.
Whereas the officer described herein has this day complained to said court upon oath that the following subject is in police custody following an arrest for operating a motor vehicle while intoxicated or impaired by an unknown substance, and is currently in custody at the following location. The arresting officer is Michael Lazaris, agency West Dallas Police Department. Name of driver, Gaige Grosskreutz, male white, 11-4-93. Location of police custody, West Dallas Police Department, Milwaukee County, State of Wisconsin. Whereas the court has further found that the blood of this driver may constitute evidence of a crime of operating while under the influence of an intoxicant or drug and or operating a motor vehicle with a prohibited alcohol concentration, restricted controlled substance in violation of Wisconsin Statute Chapter 346.63. Now, therefore, the court now finds probable cause that there is to be found in the blood of this person, the driver, that may constitute evidence of a crime of operating while under the influence of an intoxicant or drug and or operating a motor vehicle with a prohibited alcohol concentration, restricted controlled substance in violation of Wisconsin statute.
So this is an interesting thing as well. If you refuse to take the blood or breath test in Minnesota, and they get a warrant and force you to take it anyway, I think they can tag you for refusal and DWI, which really sucks.
Chapter 346.63. Now,
Josby says, how can the state have jurisdiction of your blood? Because they're getting a search warrant. Your blood contains evidence of a potential crime. That is the Supreme Court has upheld this. It's yeah. If they're not after your blood, they're searching your blood for the alcohol that's in it.
Therefore, in the name of the state of Wisconsin, it is ordered that a search warrant for taking of a blood sample from the body of the above named driver is hereby issued by the court. That the arresting officer above named or other law enforcement officers from the same department are commanded to forthwith to seize the driver, to obtain a blood sample and take the driver using any necessary and appropriate force to a medical facility, including any Aurora facility. That the
I hope he says, ma'am, how many White Claws did you have this evening?
arresting officer or other law enforcement officers from the same department shall secure the assistance of a trained medical personnel to obtain a blood specimen from the person of the above named driver, which shall be done using medically acceptable means and shall be done under the supervision of law enforcement officers. Now, the persons executing this search warrant are hereby authorized to use reasonable force to accomplish the execution of this search warrant. That if this warrant and attached application were sent to me by facsimile or email, the arresting officer above named or other law enforcement officers from the same department are commanded to obtain the original signed warrant from me on the next business day following this order. You are further commanded to, within 24 hours, execute this search warrant and return this warrant within 48 hours after its execution, along with an inventory or description of any property taken to the clerk of court, Milwaukee County, State of Wisconsin. It's dated on the 6th day of October. It was signed and dated at 4:06 a.m. by the Honorable Judge Rebecca Kiefer. Okay.
Oh, the warrant was signed by a literal Becky.
Sample, and then we'll take it back to the rest of the booking process.
Oh, no. Oh, man, I'm having flashbacks to the last time Drexel was on, got a bag of chips right next to the microphone. Bruh, stop it. Leave the house and open the chips and then come back. Put them on a plate or something. Oh, the man is here. Hey, what's up?
Hey, brother, how are you?
I'm just laughing. Just laughing at this guy. Welcome to the show.
Nothing is funnier than drunk people.
Imagine getting your life this incorrect, as Gaige Grosskreutz has. He's been disarmed over a long period of time. He has now got a DWI. He looks like he's been punched in the face several times. Good Lord.
Look at that cop looking at him in the corner. So I actually did a study when I was in college as a student, where they would feed you a bunch of in the 1980s. You could do this, folks. They'd feed you a bunch of alcohol in a room full of sober people, some of whom were cops, and you very realize how easy it is to detect a sober person in a room full of a drunk person in a room full of sober people.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to you back there. You're good. I'm just curious. Yeah, you're good.
What's your name and badge number?
I'm asking for it right now. Okay. You'll get it before you leave.
Like, bro, you're handcuffed in a hospital chair. You don't get to flex right now.
Okay.
We'll write it on the condom we give you. We put you in jail.
Who's Darren? Says your cellmate. No. Yeah, someone emailed or was messaging me. They were in the Navy, and they had to do a study where it was like, hey, sign up to come drink alcohol, and they gave each of them like specified amounts to get them to a certain level of intoxication, and then measure their like activity and have people perform the various tests on them. It's like some of these people are getting up to like 0.16s, 0.18s. Oh man. That's a lot of liquor.
No, it's very different being in a party where everyone is drinking and you're all kind of at the same level, and then to be the only person drinking and then be put in a room full of law enforcement officers. they all know your juice, guys. It's not hard to tell.
So what do you think? You think he could have gotten out of it by just pure luck if he would have just presented ID right away?
No. No. I mean, it's an old school classic DWI. I mean, he's just juiced. It's obvious. You look at the guy, he's juiced. If they couldn't prove it, they'd find a way. But of course, now they're finding a way. They're going to take his blood. I mean, I don't know how this worked out, but I would guess his blood was, 0.15, 0.2, 0.25. I mean, some ridiculous level.
0.21, yeah.
Okay, well, I didn't even know, and I could guess that.
And that's after an hour. I mean, that's at least an hour from the stop.
So much for being scared straight.
Yeah.
Just stand up for me. I'll get those handcuffs off for you.
Bridget?
I'm fine. How are you?
Stand up for me.
Having a good night?
Yes,
Oh, here comes Bridget. Having a good night.
Oh, good.
Gage is like, well, it was better than the other night.
Said, I remember you. I was in trauma that night.
Draw blood from one of your arms.
Oh man, I've known DWI clients getting their blood taken from the same nurse multiple times. I mean, the same nurse, like they've met before, under the exact same circumstances. Like, hey, how you doing, Joe?
It's almost the plot of Raising Arizona.
Oh my God.
BG Williams says, just want to say how beautiful, how brilliant, how wonderful you are. Wait, you're not Andrew. Oh, you were supposed to read that one, I guess.
By the way, as long as we have a pause, Nick, I'd just like to thank you again for having me on your show in the first place, for all that the liberation stuff. It was awesome. It was great fun. It's I can't believe how you've been able to pull together such a great group of attorneys. I don't mean me. I mean all the other guys and gals. It's you've done an unbelievable service to the public, because unless they were able to see that, they would have no inside view to what was happening in these proceedings at all. And well, I think it's invaluable for the public to have that.
It was my pleasure. It was all dumb luck. So, and I'm glad you're able to join. How are you liking jury selection in Potter?
It's actually absolutely horrific. In fact, I'm only doing it because I have sponsors who are paying me to do it. And I just emailed them tonight and said, listen, please release me.
It is.
I will give back your money. Just, I don't want to do this anymore. This is, this is horrific. I mean, that judge's voice is like what you think, like a Netherlands, death room, where they're going to kill you because you have cancer. That's the voice you hear at the very end.
Okay, you're going to drift off to a nice sleep. and then you'll never wake up.
And
But
then
it'll be
there's
fine.
like a long 3-minute pause before. And by the way, you are going to die. So 3-minute pause. Were you waiting for me to say something else? Because we will harvest your organs. 3-minute pause. I mean, oh my God.
It was so this morning I teach at our homeschool co-op every other Thursday.
I've heard that about you. Yeah, that's why you were late that last time.
Yeah, so I was late today, and so we caught back up by playing the judge on 2 times speed. She sounded almost normal paced. It's like, this is the only time we had to slow it down when the Somali juror got up there, because he spoke quickly enough that it was hard to follow. But I mean, she is brutal.
That first day, I swear to God, I thought she had a stroke. Because she just stopped. She was like, so can you be fair and impartial? Yes. And there was like 3 minutes where she didn't move. I thought the video froze. And then I saw like an eye blink.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God, this poor woman just had a stroke and nobody knows. I should contact the court.
Then you find out she's having a stroke every 8 minutes.
I don't know. I don't know if these morning breaks, someone's getting super, super high. I'm not sure what's happening, but.
And then it's like doing these mini jury pools that they're doing, where they're bringing in, the one time they brought in 4 people. I'm like, you're reading the instructions to 4 people? What are you doing? Get the jury in there, read them all the instructions once, and then pull them in individually or in groups to be sworn in. Why are we taking so long? Oh God, just nutty.
In fairness, I've seen it done worse. But yeah, this is definitely not great. And the way she's letting the state try to salvage, rehabilitate something. I mean, the jurors get up there and they're like, oh yeah, no, this she's definitely guilty. I mean, there's no question about it. I can't possibly be fair and impartial. And she's like, well, let's give the state a chance to rehabilitate you. I mean,
the one lady who's like, my friend told me a story about how this racist accused her of having a black boyfriend when she looks white. And the cops murdered my uncle.
My friend's cousin told me that this defendant raped a black man. Like, okay, well, let's explore that further.
It's like, how about you just let her go? Why are you still asking questions at this point? And the judge is asking so many questions. She questioned one of the witnesses so long that I zoned out completely. I was like, it's been 20 minutes of the judge
so
asking
hard,
questions.
so hard. Honestly, I'm getting paid to watch this, and I'm literally nodding off. I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna fall asleep.
The only way I've been able to do it is the chat and various guests. Like Kurt has been on for a lot of it. Legal Bites has been on. Legal Mindset.
Listen, this experience is almost convincing me to just sit on your show and do this, because I'm not doing anything else. I'm just sitting at the computer. I'm getting paid a penance to do this. It's just a goodwill money. I'd much rather be on your show with other lawyers, so at least we can make jokes about it.
Well, you're welcome to. I can add you to the group. If you're comfortable, I can add you to our group on Twitter.
I reached out to my sponsor today, and I actually told them, listen, do I really need to be doing this? Can we just stop? I'll give you back your money. And if they agree, then I will definitely be on your show.
Well, I'll add you to our group on Twitter anyway. That way you'll always have the link.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Yeah. I think the trial.
I saw someone's call it Judge Ambien. That is so true. That is so true.
I think when the trial gets going, it's going to be interesting. I mean, I don't think it's going to be that long. You can't have too many witnesses on this thing.
I don't know how interesting it'll be. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the legal issue is really very, the legal issues are very simple, straightforward. And so I'm not sure how much they can make of it, but I don't know. I hope it's interesting. I mean, that's what's fun to comment on and what's fun to charge people for. So, oh man, folks, you don't ever want to be this guy. Trust me. DWI is no fun. I mean, it's not murdering someone. It's not, but it's no fun.
It takes forever. Your night is ruined.
Takes forever.
Yeah. And unless you have a sweet deal where you're about to be a state's witness, then you're probably going to get prosecuted. But lucky him, this got dropped.
No kidding.
Yeah, right before Kyle's trial, like a month before, just miraculously they dropped the DWI charge.
Oh, I just saw the date now. So this is just before the trial.
This is just before the no, this is a year ago, but it was
Right,
just after
okay.
he got shot. But
Yep.
then, they continued it out, and these got dropped, I think, October of 2021. So,
Well, guess what, folks? For normal people, this does not get dropped. This is an easy peasy prosecution.
Yep.
So prosecutors like those. It's they have to be in court anyway. They may as well convict you, so it doesn't go away unless you have some exceptional circumstance.
6 days before trial, it got dropped.
I tell you, man, what a dirtbag those guys are.
Oh, they're brutal. When I interviewed De Bruin and he talked about the way he actually went into more detail about what they did in that interview, and he's like, they showed a picture of Zeminski, who he could not identify. Then they one of the pictures he took or something, and then they pulled up the cell phone and pulled up a picture of Zeminski and said, "This is Joshua Zeminski. That's Joshua Zeminski. Do you want to change your statement to say that's Joshua Zeminski?"
Yeah. So for folks who don't know, if prospective criminal defendants were doing this, were conspiring in this way, they'd be charged as co-conspirators in a crime.
Yeah.
Okay. There's no question about it. The prosecutor's only getting away with this because he's the prosecutor. This is despicable conduct. And De Bruin's exactly right. I mean, I couldn't watch that whole interview. I just didn't have time. I watched 20 or 30 minutes of it.
Yeah.
But that's exactly right. I mean, what they were trying to do was pressure him into changing his testimony. That's the only reasonable perception of events. And if anybody else had been doing that, if a bad guy had been pressuring his girlfriend to change her testimony that she didn't witness him rob the liquor store, she'd be an accessory after the fact.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. And the other thing is, if I was Zeminski's lawyer, because Zeminski's got his arson charge coming up, I'd be pressing in on that. I hope they watch the interview. I mean, I don't want Joshua Zeminski off of anything, but just to stick it to Binger.
I get it. Listen, if you're the guys for people, again, I hate to say this all the time, for people who don't know, if you're a criminal defense attorney, a lot of your clients are criminals. You're obliged to represent them vigorously, be a vigorous advocate in their defense. If you have that angle to play, you're obliged to play that angle. I mean, if the prosecutor is a scumbag, you have to play the scumbag angle.
Yeah, and oh god. Anyway, they should teach a class on prosecutorial misconduct that you get away with. Just show them Binger.
People have no idea. I mean, the biggest reaction I get when I cover these high-profile trials is people telling me, "I can't believe prosecutors are allowed to do that." But they are. They're allowed to do all that and a lot more that you're not aware of, that we don't even talk about, because it happens long before the trial happens and long before you're paying attention.
Yeah, that's why I'm glad that our show got so much attention. I'm hoping that it continues, is so that people can maybe start to see how common this type of stuff is in the criminal justice system.
And by the way, I'm not saying that all prosecutors are dirtbags. 99% of them are honest civil servants just trying to do a good job. The problem is we give them enormous discretion and power. And when there's one bad guy who gets that job and has that discretion and power, he can wreak, well, as they would say in the Rittenhouse case, havoc in the legal system. I mean, so it's like the old expression, right? When you're giving away enormous power, it can't be to the individual person you're giving it to. You have to pay attention to what happens if your worst enemy also had that power. That's what happens when a bad prosecutor gets that kind of discretion and authority.
I mean, it's the argument that the current left is using about police shootings and why they're particularly egregious. It's like, well, we're entrusting the power of the state into this officer, and he's executing someone, to borrow their language, and so it's like, well, there's all this gun crime in Chicago. It's like, yeah, but that's not the state doing it.
And I'm sympathetic to that argument, actually.
Yeah. Me too.
But you don't improve that position by saying, well, now let's defund them and give them less training than they had before.
Right. Yeah, that's the people I know who are proponents of police reform are not fans of defund the police as a slogan. It's such an imperfect and inappropriate way to go about fixing the issue.
If society wants PhD level police decision making, then they need to pay PhD level compensation pay to police officers. If you're paying a couple $100,000 a year, you'll get surgeon-like decisions from police officers. When you're paying $30,000 a year, you get Arby's level decision making from police officers. That's just reality.
So I'm skipping ahead. They're back at the station now. I don't know how much more of this is. Eventually, they're going to switch back to the. They're going to switch to the other body cam from the other cop. I don't think we'll watch that one.
Called the alcohol influence report. Okay, it involves me asking you questions.
Not answering any questions. That is the correct answer.
So, Gaige, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say
Yes.
can and will be used against you in the court of law.
Right.
You have
So
the
don't
right
do
to talk
that.
to a lawyer and have them present with you while you are being questioned.
Yes.
Do not afford to hire a lawyer. One will be appointed to represent you before.
Thank you.
Now this is interesting because they're Mirandizing him,
Yeah.
and they're telling him that he has a right to an attorney, and it's like he's got to be thinking, I've been telling you for the past several hours I want to talk to my attorney. Why haven't you let me contact them yet? Let's get them here. Why is it blurry? I think the cops have a blurry thing to protect sensitive information, I think, on their body cams, but I don't know. They haven't unblurred it.
And people should understand this whole Miranda rights thing is really a protection mechanism for the police. You need to assert your rights when it's appropriate for you to assert your rights. Right to silence, right to counsel. Don't wait for a Miranda warning. The cops don't have to give you a Miranda warning at any particular time until they want to question you as a suspect. But if they just want to put you in the back of a patrol car and turn the dash cam around and record you saying stupid stuff, they'll do that all day long. So assert your rights. But once you assert your rights, don't assume they're going to respect those rights. You have to do it. If you assert your right to silence and then you start talking, well, arguably you've waived your right to silence. So you need to be informed about these things. There's no magic force fields here.
Yeah, and you can give up your rights at any time. That's the thing. It's your right, so you can waive it. And one of the ways they have done this, and it's been upheld in the Supreme Court, is to put you in the squad car, but have two cops up in the front seat talking to each other in a very specific way, hoping to elicit a response from you to correct what they're saying to each other.
I've seen it many times. They goad you. They'll say, "Oh, Joe, what do you think happened?" "Well, Tom, I'm not sure, but I think he's a racist killer." And now you burst out, "Well, that's not what happened. Let me tell you what happened." And now you've effectively waived your right to silence because you're testifying.
Yeah. Don't do it. Don't do it. And if you're volunteering the information, not in response to a question, they don't have to Mirandize you.
No.
And you're probably not gonna win on getting that stricken.
Nope.
All right, here we go.
Questioning if you wish one. If you decide to start answering questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop the questioning and remain silent at any time you wish, including during the questioning. All right. So do you understand each and every one of these rights that I've explained to you? Okay. Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us now?
It is always kind of funny to me that they say someone's drunk and then they say, well, they're competent to waive their rights.
Yeah.
I mean, shouldn't it be one or the other?
Yeah, if you're too drunk to make proper decisions, except for this one critical one.
Code off.
Well, it's always, that's the interesting thing in these, in like the sexual assault cases like Brock Turner, right? It's like, oh, she was too drunk to consent to the sexual activity. It's like, well, then wasn't he too drunk to consent to the sexual activity as well? I mean, his assertion is that he was basically blackout drunk, doesn't remember what was happening. And that's always a problem with how the law plays out. But I guess they simply just don't believe. They just don't believe them.
Who's on the jury? Tell me the jury. I'll tell you the verdict.
What if the jury is entirely made of 12 Jesse Venturas?
Well, he's probably good to go. But I can tell you, I've been watching this horrific jury selection process for this this Kim Potter trial, and there's been plenty of, what can I call them? Karens, white women, 30 years old, college educated, who are desperate to burn a witch at the stake.
Oh
and
my goodness.
It's
Yeah.
been unbelievable. And they will burn Kim Potter at the stake with absolutely no hesitation. And they'll lie themselves onto the jury. It's been unbelievably despicable. And by the way, the state fights every single time to have these women put on the jury.
What did you think about the guy with the axe and the who fights in the full armor? He's been identified to me.
Oh, he has. So I don't know anything about him except what I heard on the record. So the first 90% of his testimony, I thought, well, he feels pretty favorable to the defense. And then suddenly he does this thing where, well, blue lives matter. You can take your uniform off, but you can't take your skin color off. And I'm like, whoa. That's a very activist position to have. That's not a casual guy just observing what's happening in the news.
I'm not going to spread his information on a live stream or anything like that, but he definitely has some very questionable social media posts, but used to be very libertarian, it sounds like, because the person who identified him to me knew him, knows who it is, and used to be and maybe that's it. Maybe they're just a massive libertarian and not particularly leftist, but they've got quite a bit of some questionable stuff on the social media.
I'm not sure what to do, Nick, because on my book on Amazon has almost 1,000 reviews, 5 stars, and the last time I was on your show, I got 1-star review.
Sorry.
So I'm very reluctant now to speak my mind, obviously, because I might get another 1 out of 1,000 1-star reviews. You never know what these jurors are doing, and especially the way these cases are politicized now. There's such an incentive for them to lie, and if they lie, they're never held accountable. So there's no harm in trying to lie your way onto the jury.
There was a lie today. It was a lie in real time. One of the female jurors, said she'd never watched the video, and then under questioning, started giving details from the video and admitted that she actually had watched the video. And it's like, well, wait, which one is it?
They sound like they're trying to, they cheated on their boyfriends and they got caught. Now they're trying to talk their way out of cheating on their boyfriends. And it's such a superficial thing. In theory, there should be penalty of perjury for this nonsense. I mean, let's think about the consequence. The consequence, if they lie themselves in the jury, is that an otherwise innocent woman could spend the rest of her life in a cage. So the consequences should be real. But unfortunately, in our current legal system, there aren't any. If they lie themselves onto the jury or try to, nothing happens to these people. Nothing.
Yeah. It's crazy. But the defense has been pretty good at sniffing out the people who are just thirsting to get on. They've been doing I think an okay job. And the one thing that I found that was really good today was because the one girl, she sounded semi-reasonable. And then Paul Eng's like, by the way, you said some stuff on social media. And she just stops dead for a minute of silence.
And he said, wasn't it celebratory of police convictions? And she was like, well, you have to understand the context. It's like, all right, well, what's the context? We got a cop on trial. You're celebrating cop convictions. We have a cop on trial. I mean, how much context do we need?
Anything happen here?
This looks exactly like the 13 years of my first marriage.
It's just this blurry haze.
Absolutely. Man, I play Trivial Pursuit, and I have a whole 13-year gap where I know nothing. I don't know what was on TV. I don't know what the sports teams were.
They say trauma can affect memory. So.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. No question about it.
See you soon. Bye.
I'm skimming through to see if there's anything that happens in here.
Mask has to come off for the picture. Front first.
So it's funny because I've worked criminal defense and I've also worked in corporate careers. And sometimes I've worked in companies that were, thinking about going kind of shady. And they're like, hey, we could do the shady thing. And who would know? Only us people in this room would know that we did something shady. And I have to look at all those people and say, the first time you're in a police station and someone's taking your picture and taking your fingerprints, you're coughing up everybody.
Yep.
That's just the way it works. This
Hey,
is not the mafia, Amorta.
I can tell you a lot. I can tell you a lot. I want a deal. I don't want to be here. Yeah, some person in the chat said I was in jail for 13 hours over an unpaid ticket. That experience alone was enough to make me never commit a crime again.
Just a second more after we get your fingerprints. You just sit there for now. I gotta get this computer fired up.
We should really do this like for every high school student ever. Just sit them in a holding cell just for like 10 minutes and say, imagine if this was for 10 hours and after this you went to prison for the rest of your life.
Yeah. Or have them spend a night sleeping on one of those cement beds in jail.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Hey, if they're lucky, they get a stainless steel toilet with a sink. All one unit.
I had a client whose like pelvis and leg were shattered in a motorcycle accident. Walks with a cane, and by walks I mean shuffles barely. He's on all kinds of medications. He goes to jail, and they put him in a normal room, and they took his cane because it's a metal object, but he doesn't have the handicap rails or anything. So he's on a cement slab on the floor, and to go to the bathroom, he
literally can't poop.
Yeah, he had to crawl across the floor, grab the toilet, and pull himself up onto it. And it's just brutal. He was in jail for, it was like 90 hours, but it was like 90 of the worst hours of his life. No medication. They just refused to give him his pain meds that he needed every 8 hours.
What people need to understand is that the criminal justice system is set up for criminals because it mostly deals with criminals. It's 99%, like habitual criminals they've been there before. For them, it's just part of the amusement park ride. It's all normal for them. But if you're a normal, law-abiding human being and you're put into that system, it's not designed for you. It's designed for guilty people, but it treats you exactly like it treats them, and it's horrifically destructive.
This guy ended up being guilty.
Yeah, well, surprisingly enough.
But
the funny thing is, the cops pull him over. When the window goes down, they look at him. And we talk about this Kyle Carruth and Chad Reed case in Texas, and everything's like, well, it all happened in 0.6 of a second. I'll tell you, man, when Gaige Grosskreutz rolled down his window in 1/10 of a second, that cop knew he had a DWI.
Oh, man. Oh, by the way, I caught a lot of your appearance on Viva and Barnes. Very good stuff.
Well, thank you. That's very kind of you. Hey, and anytime I get boring here, just kick me off. It's okay. I won't take it personally.
You can't be more boring than me as I progressively drink to Gaige Grosskreutz levels.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're not driving. Well, you're driving the show, I guess. Hopefully they won't make that a crime. YouTube will have a breathalyzer installed to keep the live stream going. Right in your microphone, dude. Just
a rolling blow. I'm good.
So people are saying they're bored with the video. Can I share my story about the most expensive airplane flight I've ever had in my life?
Yes.
So last week,
let me do this. I'll get this up to the body cam of the friend, and then I'll pause it. Yeah.
So you were just on Tim Pool a week or so ago, week and a half. I was on there a couple days after you.
Right.
And so I do Tim Pool. The next morning I wake up, I go to catch my flight. And as we all do, I'm 3 hours away from home, 3-hour flight. I call home. Hey, honey, I'm about to get on the flight. Looks like it's on time. Everything's on schedule. No worries. My wife tells me that's fine. I get on the plane. I fly 3 hours. I land the plane. And my wife says, well, I left the bathtub on for the entire 3 hours you're on the flight. And now we have $30,000 of damage to our home. Whoa. So I just took the most expensive airplane flight I've ever taken in my life. It was $10,000 an hour of flight time. apparently, is what the construction guys are telling me. Because my wife, who I adore to the ends of my life, something happened and the somebody forgot that the tub was running, and it's surprisingly easy to cause $30,000 worth of damage to your home.
Oh, I know it. I went down to Florida. I guess it was last year around September. And I was down visiting my parents. Driving back, and I stopped at my friend's house in just outside of Nashville, and we let our kids run around, play with his kids and stuff. And I get a phone call from the people who are watching our house, and they say, yeah, we came over and there's like a big puddle of water in the kitchen, and we have hardwood floors in the kitchen. It's like, oh, and they're like, yeah, we don't know what happened. Luckily we got here, and it turned out one of the valves under the sink had corroded and just cracked. Nothing you could do. Like, no one's touching the valves or anything like that, and it just pops and just dumps water. It was very fortunate timing, actually, because they were coming over every other day. So this thing must have popped right before they got there, because I turned it on when we got home, and it was a heavy flow of water. And they caught it pretty quick. But even that, all of the floors had to be ripped up. It had gone straight down into the into the basement. And we were actually lucky because of how our walls were designed. We didn't have spray and insulation. We have this ultra dense insulation that they put in there. And so it's like waterproof. So they just had to remove the drywall. It didn't get behind the insulation. And it's on a built-in bookshelf wall with just, thousands of books. And it didn't get any of the books wet at all. And it was like, oh, thank God. But it took months of repair, and the insurance paid for it, but it was we have a decent deductible.
That's what we're looking at. I mean, we got incredibly lucky. So my home is the home where we do all the family events, because it's the big house with the big dining room table and big rooms. And I mean, man, if our dining room table had gotten doused, listen, I've bought cars for less money than I paid for that dining room table. Okay. It's really freaking expensive. But fortunately, all the water went into the garage and then dripped down from there. And there was nothing in there but my wife's Hyundai. So who cares about that? You guys can get another one of those. I mean, that's not hard.
Man's got a car cost dining room table, and his wife's driving a Hyundai. Oh my God.
I'd definitely rather lose a car. No question about it. But now they're coming in and they're like, we have mitigation crews and we have reconstruction crews. And I'm like, when it first happened, my wife was like, well, it doesn't look that bad. It's like, I'm like, it's going to be like at least $1,000. And then we get these guys in there and they're like, yeah, it looks more like 30 grand.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Yeah. Was there hardwood or anything, or was it? There
really isn't. It's just, there's the tub was tiled in, so that all has to be torn out. And fortunately, we have USAA insurance. It'll cover most of it, I'm sure. But
replacing tile, in our case, it was replacing the floor, because once that water seeps in, the boards warp up every little joint, and you can't just sand that off. You got to pull that up, and then they have to match it. And it's like, oh, well, you have to get this floor that was put in 20 years ago, and you got to match that.
So here's what I'm looking at. Our house is only 5 or 6 years old. We bought it from the previous owner when it was only like 1 year old. Mm-hmm. So it's fairly recent. But my wife is like, well, as long as I overflowed the tub and caused $30,000 worth of damage, why don't we redo the whole bathroom?
Yeah, yep.
May as well.
We got new count. We went ahead and did new counters in the kitchen. It's like, well, they gotta rip these up anyway, because we had the worst counters. They were like tile, like bathroom tile, but on the countertops.
Right, that's the worst.
It's like, why would you ever do this? So
they call that the petri dish finish.
Yeah, they had to cut those out anyway, and it's like, okay, well, I'm getting new counters, but that counters cost way too much. All right, let's get into this. Let me just say, I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for your loss.
It's fine. It's fine.
Here we go. So here's the body cam on the friend. It seems like nothing else is going to happen in Gaige. It was blurry cam the rest of the time. We're not going to watch the whole thing with the friend, but this part at least. In the Philando Castile shooting, this is the perspective of the guy who didn't shoot.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, did you see that Arizona?
We could talk about that case, by the way, if you want to. I'm very familiar with it, but
Philando?
yeah.
I went to high school with people who know the officer.
Oh, that would be interesting to know, actually.
Said he was a really nice guy. Just had a baby at the time. It was very harrowing for him, obviously.
I would have fired that shot.
I don't know if I would have, but
Yeah.
but I'm not a cop, so I'm always armchairing that.
14's at the stop.
But did you see, real quick, did you see the Arizona shooting of the guy in the mobility scooter?
Yes.
Whew. How do you feel about that one?
I don't see the need for a use of deadly force there. I don't see the imminent deadly force threat. The closest I see is when the guy is kind of rolling into the Lowe's. I assume it's Lowe's. There's a female clerk, maybe, I don't know, 10 feet, 12 feet ahead of him, who I guess theoretically could be threatened by him, but she's so far ahead. He's in a motorized wheelchair moving at 2 miles an hour or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I don't, folks, the question always is, did you have to use that deadly force to stop an imminent deadly force threat against an innocent person? And I just don't see that there. I see other options.
I don't even see the knife. I've looked a lot at the video. We were trying to find it on stream, and it's a little blurry, so you can't. But I don't see the knife out.
So let's pretend he has a knife. I mean, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, might that keep the cop from wanting to just reach to the back of the wheelchair and tip it over backward? I mean,
right.
You know what I mean? Because you don't want to get stabbed in the hand. I guess maybe, but there's no projectile weapon, so he's not shooting anybody. So why not just be patient? And I mean, that guy could roll around the Lowe's for 10 hours and not hurt anybody.
The Lowe's girl could have just walked in and closed the door.
Why not shout at her to back up? Back up, back up, back up.
Get out the way. Get out the way.
Before you put 8 or 9 rounds into a guy in a wheelchair so he can topple out of the wheelchair on the cameras. I mean,
why? I think
I don't get it. I'm sorry, but to my mind, the use of deadly force in self-defense is fundamentally a function of necessity. You needed to do it to save an innocent life. And I just don't see that here.
I think that 9th round, like if there's an edge case juror, I think that 9th round might do him in, because it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's like, why did you shoot him the 9th time?
So that's another issue. So I mean, technically, the law says you can use as much force as you need to use to neutralize the threat. If that's 100 rounds, you fire 100 rounds. But it's case sensitive, right? So, I mean, did you need 9 rounds to knock a guy in a wheelchair out of his chair? I mean, that's a hard sell to me.
Yeah, and the marksmanship is in question if from like 3 feet away, you haven't done the job in the first couple rounds.
Well, okay, so being someone who's studied this kind of stuff at a high level, I would just say pistol rounds are very ineffective stoppers. You can shoot somebody a lot of times. It might actually take 9 rounds to shoot somebody and make them stop their aggressive conduct. But I just don't see that here on these facts.
Right. I just love whenever I say something and you say, well, and I'm like, damn it. Every time. No.
But I've literally seen cases where like a cop does a traffic stop and the guy he stops turns out to be a horrific murderer, but he doesn't know yet. But the guy he stops is horrifically, I don't mean to be offensive to anybody, sorry, but really obese, really fat.
Oh, yeah.
And it turns into a gunfight, and the cop fires a lot of rounds into that guy. And believe it or not, that body fat is just like ballistic gelatin, and it will stop pistol rounds from reaching the major organs. And so the cop is firing bang, 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 but it's not stopping this guy because it's literally caught in his belly. So there are circumstances in which 9 or 10 or 11 or 12 rounds could be justified, but this shooting a guy in a wheelchair does not seem to fit that paradigm.
On the Kyle Kareth and Chad Reed situation, were you surprised with how fast Chad dropped from those 2 rounds though? I mean,
Nope.
He was
if it hits the right spot, you drop like a stone.
Yeah.
CNS.
You just don't normally see it hit the right spot that fast.
Right, because it's like a pencil thin part of the body.
Yeah.
So it's the part of the spine that's within the spinal column, which is really about the width of a pencil. So it has to be a really remarkable shot to do that. But if it does, your body just, it's like you're a puppet on strings and the strings are cut. You just drop like a stone.
I think that's the most disturbing part of that footage. And it's always, to me, it's always interesting to see that when you show someone who has only seen people get shot in movies, like what it really looks like when someone gets shot.
Normally that doesn't happen. Normally what happens is people get shot, it hits the heart lung area and they kind of slowly bleed out and they kind of slowly collapse to their knees and then they kind of fall, more like a Shakespeare play. They kind of fall over.
Yeah.
It takes a few seconds, but
like
when it's
Huber.
CNS hit, like Huber, right? But exactly. But when it, or Trayvon Martin or a lot of these cases, but when it's a CNS hit, that's when you see the puppet-like string cuts.
It was like a lot of people when I covered on the channel, the Daniel Shaver shooting in the La Quinta, he was, if you remember that guy.
I do very well.
Yeah. And the way he falls from the AR, it's just blam, 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 and he drops. And, if you've never seen someone get shot in real life, and you've only seen the movies where they like fly or respond to the shot in some way, it's like, no, it goes right through you and then you just fall
collapse,
over.
Right.
Yeah.
So what happens with an AR shot like Shaver is when the bullet passes through the body, it creates a shock wave and you end up with like a volleyball like cavity inside the body. And it breaks all the organs within that volleyball like space. So if your liver is there, your kidneys are there, it just crushes all of them. And then the bullet proceeds through the body, goes wherever it's going to go. But in the meantime, you've had this volleyball size shape of your organs crushed and destroyed, and you're dead. You're mortally wounded. And then when the bullet passes, the organs may largely kind of go back where they were before. So you really have to do an autopsy to see the damage. But that's what's happened. So it looks like nothing. It looks like a little, a 22 caliber bullet went through a human being. But when it did that, it crushed all the vital organs in their body. And that's why they died.
Yeah. The reality is a monumental amount of force is absorbed by a huge amount of tissue that is semi-liquid. The tissue isn't liquid, but it's free sort of floating inside your body. And so once you're done, once the shock wave is done, it kind of goes back to its natural state. But that concussion is all absorbed and distributed in a sphere, kind of around where that goes.
There's a very famous video of the D-Day invasion where you see these like 5 or 6 guys run up on the beach on D-Day and some of them just kind of like fall on the sand. Well, those guys all got shot by machine guns, and they didn't get blown backwards. Their bodies got penetrated by the rounds and their organs exploded inside them and they just fell dead in place. That's normally what happens with rifle injuries.
Fritz Musterman says, does caliber of ammo matter in a self-defense case if the caliber is legal in that jurisdiction? I don't think so.
No.
Binger,
I should condition that. So prosecutors will talk about whatever they can talk about to make you look bad.
Right.
So there's no caliber that is the right caliber for you. All right. As far as the prosecutor is concerned, whatever you used is the wrong caliber. But technically speaking, black letter of the law, if you're shooting someone, you're using deadly force. Every caliber is deadly force. It doesn't matter what the caliber was.
Yeah. And Binger tried to do that with not with the caliber as much as the Full Metal Jacket aspect of the round, but had Kyle Rittenhouse used hollow points, he would have probably said something like, well, hollow points in this type of rifle are only designed for killing. It's an intentional killing round to use a hollow point, and you shouldn't be using those in this type of...
It's always the wrong caliber or round for the prosecutor. I mean, listen, they're there to convict you, right? They're there, they're there to win. So whatever you used is going to be the wrong thing as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, it's crazy. Real quick, let me hit a couple of these chats, then we'll watch this video. Mark E says, why not just use the right arm? The vein will be easier to see on blood draw. Lily Phoenix says, so I watched the Supreme Court thing about the New York Rifle Association. One thing it really seemed to me is the court is looking for a test similar to time, manner, and place. Well, I believe in non-infringement. That's one of two. Oh, shoot. I got to find the second one. Where is it? Sorry, just a second. Well, I believe in non-infringement. Where's two of two, Lily? I don't think the court will say carry anywhere. So here's my proposal, and what are your thoughts? RARE, responsibility, access, reaction time, and environment. Thoughts? My personal thought is I just don't want any sort of time, place, and manner test on carrying. Here's what I want to see. I almost agree with where the Supreme Court.
I would actually be fine with that if the standard was the same as for the First Amendment.
Yeah. So okay.
But we know they wouldn't do that, right?
Right.
They would just say, "Oh, 100 miles within a school. That's time, place, and manner," which they would never do with the First Amendment. But
could you imagine if you had a Second Amendment zone outside the courthouse? Like they have a First Amendment zone for protests, right? So the Second Amendment zone is like, well, in this 15 by 15 this 15 square yard area, you can open carry outside the courthouse.
Well, I mean, some of these cases they have that. They have people open carrying outside the courthouse, right? With Black Lives Matter protesters are carrying outside the courthouse. By the way, I have no problem with that. If you're lawfully privileged to carry. As far as I'm concerned, I want every person who's lawfully privileged to carry.
Yeah, but no, I think there's I like the court saying, I think they said this a couple years back, but it was you either provide reasonable permitting for concealed carry or you must provide open carry. You must provide constitutional or open carry. Right. What's the problem with this issue?
So they say that. I mean, they had a Ninth Circuit case that basically said that. Hey, California, you don't allow open, you don't allow closed. You have to provide one. And then they did an en banc hearing of the whole Ninth Circuit. And of course, it's mostly liberal jurists. So they reversed that opinion. But that's obviously the case. You can't reasonably say, hey, we're not going to allow open because concealed is allowed, and then at the same time say we're not going to allow concealed because open is allowed, and then they'll allow neither.
I love the judge who
clearly it's an infringement of an enumerated constitutional right of the U.S. Constitution.
I love the judge who wrote that opinion. That was great.
Did you read it?
Yeah,
it was fantastic.
Yeah,
it was almost 8-10 years ago, probably now, but it was amazing.
He seemed salty.
and unfortunately for him, in the minority.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, here let me get back to this. We've got Kyra says, "Duh, Andrew misses LawTube." Peter
I do. No, I love being on these shows. It's great. I mean, I can't always do it because I'm doing other things, but when I can, I am so grateful to be a guest in these shows. I can't possibly tell you.
I love having guests. That's been the big thing from the Rittenhouse thing, is like having someone to just bounce off of, to see stuff that you miss in real time, and to develop ideas, to provide some counter arguments from time to time too, and say either affirm what you saw or say, well, actually this thing is really cool. And
So for example, I didn't see the whole thing you did on the Kyle Carruth, whatever his name is, Chad Reed thing.
Chad Reed, yeah.
But I know you took the opposite position of mine. Folks, this is what lawyers do. I mean, we argue the law from what we see of the facts, and we obviously every trial has lawyers arguing different positions, or there wouldn't be a trial. And we don't take it personally because we're professionals, and this is what we do for a living. If it wasn't for this, there'd be nothing interesting to talk about.
I'm just glad you didn't get to the part of the video where I shared all the deep fakes of you that I did.
Oh, same, my brother.
But no, it's that's the thing. People, whenever I've gotten into a disagreement, a lot of times with like Nate the lawyer, or Kurt from Uncivil Law, people are like, "Oh my gosh!" It's like, guys, disagreement is fine with us. That's okay.
I got that with Nate because he has a tendency to get kind of loud, and it sounds personal. But trust me, folks, I don't take it personally. That's just a character trait, and Nate's a very good lawyer. He's very good at what he does. I may not always agree with him, but that's just the nature of me also being a lawyer.
Yeah, we're not wired to agree. Peter says 99% are good. Not sure I buy it. I'll give you 3 out of 5 on the prosecutors. So 3 out of 5 prosecutors are good.
It's more than that. But the ones we see, the ones we notice, are the ones that are really, you know what it's like.
Well, because that's who's going to take.
Are we on YouTube or something? Can I get you canceled if I say this?
It'd have to be really crazy to get me canceled.
Okay. If you think of cancer, the biological cancer in the human body, it's never 30% of your body that's the cancer. It's like 1% or 1/3 of 1% that turns cancerous. But if you leave it be, it kills the entire body.
Right.
What's happening with what we see in the professional prosecutorial class is not 30% of prosecutors being bad. It's nothing like that. The vast majority of them are just normal civil servants doing their job in the normal way. But if you have a fraction of 1% who are politically motivated and malevolent, it's like a cancer in the legal system, and it crushes trust in the legal system.
Yeah, that's the trick. And the reason that all these prosecutors seem to permeate into these high profile political cases is because that's the motivated actor. The motivated actor finding their way into
the activist.
Into the activist case. And so that's where they have the potential to do the most damage, but it's also the greatest potential of reward for them. And as we've talked about before, all you have to do is Google all of the lawyers on the prosecutorial side involved with the Trayvon Martin case. When you do that, you'll find out that all of them went on to very, very nice careers in the very near future after that case was done, even though they lost.
Decades worth of careers, making tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's the truth.
Cabry Cousin says, "Hey, Nick, quick question. I saw headlines about ASU dropping Kyle as a student due to other students calling him a murderer and demanding he be dropped. Can ASU actually do this? I thought they were a state institution." I haven't seen that ASU has dropped him. Maybe they have. I've seen headlines about the protests. Technically, can they drop him due to yes? I think they can. I don't know what constitutional right they'd be infringing on as a state actor for doing it. If they just said he's disruptive to the learning environment, they might be able to get away with that. But he might have a case against them, but it's a tough case either way.
But it's like a small claims case. It's like, all right, so maybe you have a privilege and maybe you have a cause of action and maybe you have all this stuff. What does it matter? If they're going to do it to you, do you have the resources to fight it? Do you have a way to get recompensed for what they've done to you? Or are they just in such a position of superiority that you say, hey, you can't come to school here anymore, and you just have to eat it?
Yeah, is it the right?
I expect you just has to eat it.
Probably. Is it the right target? And that's what I talked about it a little bit, because people said, what if Kyle wants to be like the greatest, this red pills him and turns him into a defense attorney? It's like, well, the problem with that is he has to go to college and he has to get into a law school.
Right.
And they're under no obligation to accept him on that career path. And it's a harsh part of reality, but these requirements must be met.
I mean, is there a state that still exists where you can read the law that would accept you?
And
I mean,
you could
some,
intern. You can intern in some states
for 6 or 8 years or something, and
yeah, you can intern for some amount of time. I'm
not
not sure what
the blessing of some other body, right? Some other bar authority has to bless you to say you've passed that test. And
Yeah, and actually, that's an interesting thing. Is the bar review, or whoever it is, the Professional Responsibility Office in Minnesota has to approve your application to the bar. You don't automatically get in.
Right. So if you're a politically volatile figure, they just say no.
Yeah.
What's the recourse?
So what if ASU drops him or whatever? That's on them. Someone like Liberty University should offer him a scholarship, in my opinion, or some motivated actors who are connected to high levels at some college should say, hey, we want to see this kid go to school here, and if not, we'll pull our endowments. And
but people should understand. Like, I lecture at law schools regularly. Law schools today are not like law schools when I went to law school in the 1990s. They're completely politicized organizations. So
yeah,
you could send this kid to Liberty University, or I'm not even sure really what that is, but it's a university, and he gets a undergraduate degree, and now he has to go to law school. There is no normal law school, folks. They're all done. And by the way, all the people coming out of those law schools are going to be your next prosecutors and judges moving forward. So, I'm fortunate. I'm in about a week. I'm 57 years old. I only have to make it another, 20, 30 years. And, then my responsibilities are done. But for the rest of you who are younger than me, you're about to enter a world in which your prosecutors and judges are not Binger. They're Binger supercharged. They're the female Karen version of Binger. Welcome to the party, because that's the world you'll be living in.
The one of the worst days of my law school career was when I was 3L in my last semester. I was taking medical malpractice on a lark, and somehow this was the first time.
Not on a lark. That's where the money is, my friend.
Well, but I didn't want to do medical malpractice. I was just curious about it, right? Because I live in a small town. I was going to live in a small town. That was never going to change. And medical malpractice is just not a big, it's not great out here. But so I go take it. I'm like, this is interesting. And somehow this is the first time this question gets asked. The guy says, okay, tell me your name, what year you are in law school, where you graduated from in undergrad, and then tell me your passion. And I was like, passion? I don't even have one. I'm a dad who is in law school because I need to have a profession that is mobile.
Pay the mortgage.
Yeah.
That's my passion.
But we went through the room, and every single one of those persons had a cause that you would find on a social justice website. One of them's like, my passion is
equity.
Global literacy. And I'm like, global literacy is your that's your passion? That's what you care about in your life? You would be shocked to find out what these people care about and spend their days on.
So if people ever imagine when they were younger, how the witches got burned in Salem, Massachusetts back in the day. This is how the people we're turning out of these law schools are the people who will happily burn you at the stake. If not literally, if not physically at a wooden stake, they will put you in a cage for the rest of your life. I would suggest it's largely the same outcome.
Yeah. And it's crazy because these are the people in law schools, and you'll find this stuff. And it's like, now it's probably even worse. I graduated 7 years ago, I think now. And it's like, it's been exponentially worse each year, the social progress. And so it's like, if you imagine what those answers are now, it's literally like social justice reform and policing, or community policing is going to be someone's passion. The thing that they care about most in the world beyond anything else is what they're going to say that answer to. And my goodness, you don't want those people.
So people have to keep in mind that the law is not some absolute. I often hear this in the gun community, where like the Second Amendment is some absolute thing. And I would agree it ought to be. But the Second Amendment, the Constitution, statutes generally mean what people will make them mean. They don't just have power in and of themselves. That's why the Second Amendment shall not be infringed is as constrained as it is in New York, in Maryland, in California, because it doesn't have power by itself. And you can look at a guy like me who talks about these cases. Folks, I'm in my 30th year of practicing law. Okay, 30 years. The judges on the cases I'm talking about are 10, 20 years older than me, typically. But what happens when that next generation of lawyers and judges and prosecutors comes in? I'm gone. I'm retired. The judges, Schroeder is gone. He's 70 years old already. He's retired. What happens then in these cases? Because the actual political power is downstream of the culture. And if you've lost the culture, what you'll see in the courts will reflect the people we think today are crazy, but they will be your prosecutors and your judges and your jurors 10 years from now, 5 years from now. And then what? So if you don't think you're in a war for your culture or your country, you're badly mistaken, because it's happening right now.
Yeah. By the way, a good way to fight in that war is to go to lawofselfdefense.com and get the book on making yourself hard to prosecute in a self-defense situation. That is a great way to do it. And I mean that in no shill way, but in an honest way, because guess what? The one thing that is I know people hate the justice system and they think it's very flawed, but the one thing standing between you and that prosecutor is the law and is the decisions that you make in regards to the law.
I have to be honest. I would actually point people the other way, Nick. I would point people to you. I'm sorry. I mean, what I do fits perfectly for the way the culture and the law is today. It's very well attuned to that. But the way the culture is changing, I mean, they could change self-defense law, and then what I teach is different. Maybe it doesn't work. So it's folks like you who are taking a much broader view of how the culture is changing and how the law is changing, that's waking people up to the need to be aware that, hey, just because the world worked that way 5 years ago doesn't mean it's going to work 5 years from now. And you might find yourself or your husband or your son or your daughter suddenly in a criminal justice system that looks nothing like you were taught in civics class. So what I can help you with is in the moment. That's definitely call me, take Nick's advice. But in the long term, I'm not a politician, folks. I don't have a strategic view of all this, but I can tell you this strategic view is changing. And if you're not aware of that, you ought to be, because whatever you think your country is today, it's probably going to look a lot different 10 years from now unless you do something about it.
This is what we were talking about before. Lawyers disagreeing all the time. Here I am. I'm like, oh, you go to this good resource. And he's like, no, you go to this weird resource. That's what you do. But all right, let me read couple more. Ken L says, as a 1L, I've had the choice between watching your hilarious coverage of the trial or stumbling through the rule against perpetuities. I've watched every minute of your streams. God help me next week at the property final. Look, your property professor doesn't even understand the rule against perpetuities.
No, he doesn't.
It's the most convoluted and broken rule in law.
Hey, can we do a whole course? Can we do a couple hours in the Uniform Commercial Code? Would that be possible?
You know, I have a friend who's actually Ty Beard. I think you've been on the show with Ty for a little bit. He actually knows quite a bit about UCC because he does that type of law.
I believe it. There's a lot of money to be made there. You just have to be a computer to do it.
I slept through UCC. I hated it. Barry Soy-Toro says, did you know Gaige is Latin for bad decisions after dark? Okay, two more and then we'll read this, or we'll watch the rest of this thing. Mega Lone Wolf says, Kyle wasn't actually enrolled in ASU. He didn't actually complete the enrollment paperwork. The protest was moot. Also, ASU has a student body that is 70,000 students. The 100 or so that were protesting is a drop in the bucket. Well, there you go.
I actually first got into this thread, this show. I don't know what to call it. I'm old. Sorry, folks. Because I heard people saying, should I go to law school? And I would tell people that, no, you should definitely not go to law school. Don't do that to yourselves. Unless you have a calling for it. If you have a personal calling for it, there's some personal mission for you to know the law, to use the law for social purpose, and I'm including everybody on the political spectrum, then yes, go to law school, doesn't matter. But if you think going to law school is a license to print money, you're an idiot. Because whatever skills you need to make money at practicing law, guess what? You could make as much or more money selling cars or being a plumber or being a manager at a Amazon distribution center or anything. It's just a matter of being disciplined and working hard and showing up before other people and leaving after other people leave. It's just fundamental, just job responsibility skills. There's nothing about the law today. Maybe 100 years ago was different. Maybe it was a license to print money. But in my career in the law, you make money in the law the way you make money doing anything else, working harder than everybody else you're competing against, period. And that applies in every profession or discipline.
So the average salary for a lawyer is $103,630 per year.
I don't even believe that.
See that the reason is, as I think Kurt or someone was talking about on the show, we have a bimodal distribution of salaries. You have everybody, and then you have the top 10% of top law schools.
I think that's what's happening.
Yeah, their starting salary is like $180,000 a year. The other starting salary, if you're not top 10% at a major school, is $55,000 a year.
It could be nothing.
Yeah, a lot of lawyers work for free for a very long time. They do pro bono work. A lot of them work at a public defender's office or legal aid. You're going to be making far less than $50,000 a year. What happened to my camera? I froze.
And I think this is where, unfortunately, lawyers are not taught anything about statistics, but I think this is a useful example of the difference between median and mode. There's kind of the central figure in one sense of what lawyers are making, but the truth is a very small percentage of lawyers are making large amounts of money. Most of the lawyers are making small amounts of money.
Just to let you guys know, I am probably the highest paid lawyer in my area. And by my area, I mean within a 50-mile radius, because I do YouTube. That is it. I probably out-earned the vast majority of lawyers in this area through YouTube. If you do not live in a major metropolitan area, you will not make a lot of money in law.
And if you do live in that area, I can assure you, you have competition standing on the courthouse steps waiting to pick up clients who would otherwise be you. Because I've been that guy, waiting for the DUI client to show up to a summons, or the domestic violence client to show up and you see him walk up in the steps. And when I was a young man, a newly barred attorney, I'd be on those steps waiting for the guy and say, no, I bet that guy needs legal representation. Approach him. And you know what you're making there? $100, couple $100. Maybe it'll pay the rent. It's nothing. So this notion that everyone who's an attorney is making, I don't know what people imagine, but $100 grand, $200 grand, $300 grand. I mean, it's ridiculous. Most attorneys are not making a lot of money. Most of them are doing rather poorly, given the effort and discipline they've put into the craft.
I'm trying to fix my camera right now.
I can see that. Right.
I don't know what happened to it. It just decided to freeze up. Let me see if I can.
What I will say is, if you have a calling for the law.
Yes.
And I've had a number of people. So I'm sorry, I don't mean this as a plug, but Law Self-Defense, we have a instructor program we've designed for firearms instructors to actually teach reasonable self-defense law to their students. We've had a number of people go through that program and decide afterwards, and I'm talking about guys in their 50s, to go to law school after, and they've passed the bar. And now they're practicing attorneys. I can hardly believe it myself, but they found a passion for the law. So if it's a calling, if it's a passion, if you really want to do it, not for the money, but for the, however you envision it, the principle, the doctrine, the practice, then absolutely I would encourage you to do it. But if you're doing it for the money, well, you can make money practicing law. I do it. Nick does it. Others in this group do it. But it's not a printing press for money. I will tell you that. You have to work your butt off, just like you would in any other profession.
And that's what I've been telling people who ask is if they say, hey, should I go to law school? It's only if you want desperately to be a lawyer.
Right.
If you don't want to be a lawyer, do not go to law school. If you want to make money, go be a plumber. You'll make a ton of money being a plumber.
Probably more.
Yeah. more than the average lawyer.
For sure. Absolutely.
1 second. I'm almost done with this stupid thing. Oh, Jackson Kai says, hope I've been clear in my recent disagreement with your analysis, that I respect your analysis and work, Andrew. You opened my eyes about George Zimmerman. I love you, brother. Keep doing good work.
I don't know who that is, so I don't know what their analysis is, but
I'm assuming
I presume
it's
they're
Kyle and Chad.
Yeah, right. So I appreciate that. Listen, it's a very fact-sensitive case. I don't have any personal offense at someone who takes a different view of the facts. The way I see the facts is that was frankly a murder. I don't see self-defense there at all. So, but other people are free to disagree, and that's all fine. I mean, you're not paying me to get excited, so it's all good.
The main reason I think is because I told a bunch of people to go hate you.
Oh, well, it's okay. Listen, dude, guys, not Nick in particular. He's totally fine. I have an ex-wife who hates me. There's nothing you could say to me that would be more derogatory than what I've already heard. So it's pointless. Folks, I do this for a living. I'm a professional. I don't take it personally. I might even be wrong. Lawyers don't mind being wrong. We mind losing the argument, but we don't mind being wrong per se. If you have a different opinion or view of the facts, well, everyone's entitled to an opinion. It's fine.
So I have my camera is not going to work. So I'm just gonna sally forth.
I will say this. I get a lot of emails like Nick disagrees with you, or whoever disagrees with you, or yeah, you guys are at war, or folks, it's nothing like that. I mean, anytime you have a trial, you obviously have two lawyers on the opposite sides who are disagreeing with each other. We don't take it personally. It's what we do for a living. It's like a mechanic for a car taking like, oh, that alternator quit. F that alternator. I will hunt down his family and drive them into hell or something. It's all very mechanical for us. So we can all look at the same law, have a different interpretation of the facts and how the law should apply to those facts, but there's no animus.
The only time I get animus is when a Pokemon card account disagrees with me. That's when I start throwing bombs out there.
So did I tell you I got that today, actually? So
my
wife told me, so we have our book on Amazon, of course. And
yeah,
I don't encourage people. Please do not go to Amazon and buy my book because they charge you $25. We make the book available for free. I won't even give the link because I'm not trying to market here, but please don't buy the book from Amazon. But we have it on Amazon so we can get reviews. And we have almost 9,000 almost 1,000 reviews, 5-star rating. And then like 2 days ago, we get a 1-star rating, like the herpes rating on the surface of the Playboy bunny. And so it's so funny because the person obviously hasn't even read the book. It says the review has nothing to do with the book. And it's so funny. We actually use it as a meme. So we package it up in an image and we put it on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter and all these forums.
Yeah, I saw you posting it. It was great.
But folks, you make your own judgment. We actually make the book available for free on our own website. And if you think it sucks and you paid $8.95 for shipping and you really think it sucks, just let us know. I'll give you back the $8.95. I don't need the $8.95 that bad. It's fine. I'm happy to give your money back. But the truth is, you look at Amazon, we have 1,000 people who reviewed that book. We have a 5-star rating. So most people find it useful.
Guys, there's 6,700 people here watching right now. I demand all of you to order that book for free and all of you to demand your $8 refund.
You bastard.
$48,000. Okay. Let's continue. Here we go.
I'm on the 6-1.
Here we go. Here's
I'm
the door.
Open it just so we can talk real quick.
Look at him with his hands on the dash.
Officer, your ID.
Yes.
All right.
That would be alarming to me if I was the cop.
All right. Where are you guys coming from?
I'm a buddy's house.
From a buddy's house?
Well, actually, we left a buddy's house and
well, actually,
so we're headed back home.
All right. Which McDonald's do you guys go to?
84th and
Greenfield.
Yep.
Right. So Left the buddy's house, stopped at McDonald's. You guys are going home. Where is home?
54th in Oklahoma.
54th in Oklahoma-ish.
50th and alcoholic.
That was the original plan. He was, but
the new plan is getting pulled over by you guys.
So, folks, this is the classic DWI.
Not
It's
that I
perfect.
have any.
A sober cop pulls over two drunk guys, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, now we're going to talk our way out of it."
His name's
Gaige. Right. What's his deal? Why is he not like?
No, I don't know. He's
was it?
He's a little apprehensive. I don't know why he's being like that. But,
He lost a gunfight to a 17-year-old, but
he lost his wallet, so his ID situation.
He took second place in the Kenosha quick draw competition.
But I don't know as far.
he had his wallet in his right bicep, and
as far as
he lost it.
Have you guys been drinking tonight?
No.
No, I don't even know what drinking is, Your Honor.
Are you serious?
I haven't been, honestly.
Has he?
Not that I know of.
Not that you know of?
Yeah, no.
I'm sorry, but from a lawyer's perspective, there's no cases that have been more destructive to self-defense cases than DWI cases with body cams. I mean, it's like you're gonna go to a jury and put this in front of them.
Your Second Amendment?
Whatever the fucking. I don't need
Whatever the fucking.
You know what your Second Amendment is?
Oh yeah, that's my right to carry my pistol, but I don't need to be quiet for the moment.
Oh my God, Nick! I'm gonna die.
Your Second Amendment.
Look,
this is
man.
like the nightmare for every criminal defense attorney ever. Listen, folks, just please, goddamn, keep your mouth shut. Don't start talking about the Second Amendment or anything. Just look. If you can't do anything else, just act like a mute.
Officer Ossifer, I'm just gonna stick to my Second Amendment rights, okay? Right now, because I know if I keep talking, I'm gonna lose my lunch and my guns.
By the way, none of that is an assertion of your right to silence. None of it.
Yeah, you don't have to mention amendments at all. You have two options. You can stay silent, which is not an assertion of your right to silent, but you can just stay silent. The other thing you could do is say, you know what? I'm going to assert my right to remain silent.
I will say, if you don't affirmatively assert your right to silence, the prosecution is free to talk about the fact that you did not affirmatively assert your right to silence.
Touche.
So
Yeah.
that can look bad. So I normally encourage my clients, of course, they're not normally drunk off their ass like this, but which complicates matters, obviously. But assert your rights. Assert your right to silence. The moment you've been in a use of force event, you shot somebody. When the cops show up, maybe point to the evidence, point to witnesses. Maybe after that, assert your right to silence. You don't say anything more, but you affirmatively assert your right to silence. You don't just sit there like that.
What if you pull out a crumpled piece of paper with whiskey stains on it and you said, my lawyer says I have to say.
Please don't do that. Oh my God. One of the biggest complaints I have about some of these CCW, not them in particular, but self-defense insurance companies, is they hand out these cards. They're like, just pull out this card and read it to the cops. Like, I am a sovereign citizen and I have, how do you think that's going to
I'm an Article 4 free inhabitant.
Oh my God. That's all going to go in front of a jury.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're
basically proclaiming that you're above the law. And now you're in court in a trial because you shot somebody dead, where you're going to be held accountable to the law, and your own statement is you're above the law. That's not a good mix.
Have you ever seen that Florida judge who has a sovereign citizen in there, and the judge is like, yeah, I'm here for I'm looking for Pete Smith, and he's like, no, Pete Smith the entity or Pete Smith the person?
Okay. So Nick will tell his own audience that judges do not respond positively to that kind of circus environment. I'm sorry, what you imagine the law should be in a alternate universe is not how it works in the real world.
You can keep screaming, I do not submit to the jurisdiction of the state,
and they will keep
while they tase you. Exactly. I don't submit. Here we go.
Amendment.
whatever the fucking. I don't need to talk.
You know what your Second Amendment is?
Oh yeah, that's my right to carry my pistol, but I don't have my pistol on me tonight.
Yeah, right
so,
to bear arms.
Luckily, because I'm gonna make you guys question me more about fucking bullshit. But yeah, I do know what my Second Amendment is.
So always tell the arresting officers that they're full of bullshit because that'll work well.
Okay.
They like that. They like it when you tell them that. Good Lord.
How are those fries, bruh?
What are those new spicy chicken nuggets?
You ever had them?
No, I haven't had them yet.
Wrong one.
Oh, man.
We're gonna be heading
They're a little. They're not
north
hot,
on
dude. They're fucking.
I was completely kidding. He asked about the nuggets.
Please, folks, don't never do any of this. Don't ever do any of this. I mean, just don't talk. Don't be a smart ass. Don't just either you're guilty or you're innocent. Either way, don't say anything you don't need to be saying. Jeepers.
What?
They're not that hot.
They're not that hot.
They're not that hot.
Okay. What's his deal? He's a little apprehensive.
Hey, Nick, can you pause in a moment?
Yeah, of course.
So I would just point out to people that just like in a trial, the prosecution and the defense really is looking, everything they're asking in direct and cross-examination, they're really building towards a narrative of the closing argument. It's like the closing argument when they start is like a framed out house, but it's not finished. And the whole trial is designed to build the building blocks of the framed out house. So it's finished for the jury the way each side wants it finished. Obviously, there'll be different versions. What this cop is doing here is he's trying to get this person to say the words that would be consistent with a criminal offense.
Yep.
And of course, the suspect is drunk. So it's not that hard to get them to do that. But what this cop is doing when he's asking these questions, it's not a casual conversation. This cop has a job. He's doing the job. He's asking questions to elicit specific responses that he can recount in court that are consistent with guilt. So do not talk to him because that's what he's doing. He is a professional, trained interrogator. You are a drunk person.
Yeah, I try and remind people that a police officer's job, their function, is to find someone who might be guilty of an offense. And if you frame every interaction with them in that way, you'll understand that every question they asked is geared towards getting you to make an admission that will allow them to find you guilty of some offense, one either they're aware of and investigating, or one that they may not be aware of and are suddenly very curious of based on your answer. They're asking questions in a targeted way to elicit a response or information. And if you don't treat them that way, you do so at your own peril and your literal peril.
And in their minds, they're not bad actors. They're looking for criminal conduct, right? In their minds, that's what they're doing. So when I say cops, prosecutors, not bad people, we pay them to investigate criminal activity. So in their minds, they're doing their job. But if you feed them what they need to charge you and convict you, well, guess what? On your way to trial, you are.
Yeah, and that's the thing. People ask me, well, do you talk to police? I say no, because I respect them. I respect police officers. I respect that they're generally competent and capable at their jobs. And therefore, that is the reason that I don't talk to them, because I expect that they are using their investigative skills to find something that they may be able to investigate further or determine that they have probable cause to bring a charge against me. Even if that charge is incorrect, it's a massive inconvenience for me. And they're okay being incorrect, because if they're incorrect, they have researched or investigated a potential problem and then found out that justice has prevailed. Oh, I was actually incorrect on that, but I looked into it. If you consider that the average cop is competent, and you consider that the average cop is faithfully executing their duty to investigate crime, then you would understand why you never, ever speak to them.
And people should know that the police, the actual officer who arrests you, never actually knows whether or not you committed the crime. He did not watch you do whatever they're accusing you of. He showed up after the fact. So he doesn't actually know. He's doing a reasonable suspicion or probable cause or some lower standard than actual knowledge. And he's passing you as a problem further up the pipeline for other people to deal with. But he doesn't actually know what happened. In fact, nobody knows what actually happened. The prosecutors he passes it on to, they weren't there either. Everybody's working off kind of a story of what they imagine happened. And that story will maybe get to court and then get in front of a jury. And then the jury is making a decision about this story, about what might have happened. The jury wasn't there either. They didn't see you shoot or not shoot that guy. But the culmination of all that is you could spend the rest of your life in a cage. So I always encourage our members and our clients to not engage in activity that could insert you into that process unless it's really worth it. And I think if you think about it, what's really worth spending the rest of your life in a cage is probably a pretty limited list.
The music hole asks, what should I say to a cop at a stop to assert my rights? The simplest and easiest thing is you say, your officer, with respect, I'm going to assert my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. And then not say anything else. Because they're going to keep asking you questions.
You can't say anything else. Once you assert your right to silence, you have to keep your mouth shut. The moment you start saying more, they'll argue, they could argue that because, all right, so here's a very common trick I've seen. So you assert your right to silence. I don't want to say anything. And they arrest you. They're allowed to do that. They bring you to a holding tank. They're allowed to do that. They sit you at a table and you've asserted your right to silence. So they're not supposed to ask you any questions, but they'll put two cops at the far end of that steel table. And those two cops will say, what do you think happened here? Well, I think he's a racist murderer. That's what I think happened. And you'll find that offensive. So you'll interject and you'll say, oh no, that's not the reason I shot that person. The reason I shot that person was completely different. And guess what you've just done, folks? You've waived your right to silence because you've initiated that conversation. And now they're free to talk to you again. Now, can you reassert your right to silence? Yeah, you're allowed to do that, but you may not know you're allowed to do that. And as long as you don't know that and you don't do that, they're free to talk to you. And all of that is outside of Miranda. So all of that is admissible in court.
And Breck,
you have no idea what. So those investigators, they know the magic words they need to have come out of your mouth to complete the criminal complaint or the indictment or the information or whatever that jurisdiction uses to drag you into court. You have no idea, unless you're a professional in this field, which you're not. You have no idea what those magic words are, what they can twist into the probable cause to drag you into a court that's going to cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars and put you at a 10% risk of conviction and a cage for the rest of your life. They know what those words are, but you don't. So they will continue to fish and fish and fish until those words come out of your mouth on camera, on a recording that's happening in the interview room, and you have no idea you're doing that to yourself. So here's my advice. Don't do that to yourself. Do not talk to those MFers because they're not talking to you because it's in your best interest. They're talking to you because it's in their best interest.
I actually think, one, Breck in the chat, who I believe is a former LEO, says, spontaneous statement, you won't believe how many people telling themselves. Correct. And two, I think everybody, I think it should be almost mandatory in self-defense training to play the Michael Drejka police interview. Because those guys come in there, they know exactly what they're doing. They speak in a very friendly and cordial way to him. Oh, yeah, just tell us what happened. And he goes ahead and he just runs his mouth. He tells them absolutely everything.
He could have had a compelling narrative of self-defense.
Yeah, all he had to say was that guy was going to kill me.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
That guy, he knocked me down, and I've seen tons of videos where people start stomping on a guy while he's on the ground. That guy knocked me down. He was moving towards me. I was terrified. I didn't know what to do. All I was doing was talking about this handicap spot. I got blindsided by this crazy man. And
but what did he do? He presented a really pretextual excuse for self-defense, for use of deadly force, for why he shot this father of a young child dead, which of course is how the prosecution is going to present it at trial. And it just didn't work for him, because at the moment he shot that guy was not advancing on him. If that guy had been away, maybe. I mean,
he was. I remember he was.
Well,
he
the defense would have argued he was bringing back his leg to bring it forward in a kick. So it was somewhat.
Ambiguous. So he had pulled back, and the medical examiner testified that the shot traversed sideways through his body rather than forward.
Which could also be the guy's bringing a
if he's going
to kick, right?
Sure. Yeah.
But that's the same ambiguity we have in the Carruth and Chad Reed case, right? Was he about to advance or was he not about to advance? Because I'd be the first person to say if Reed was about to advance, if he was stepping off that porch, that's a good shoot every day of the week and twice on Sunday. I just don't see that in the videos. But if I did, it would be a different case.
The thing that would be interesting is if it goes to trial, you would assume that Kyle will testify. He was I saw him take a step towards me. Kyle's girlfriend, Chad Reed's ex-wife, would say, "Oh, he was leaning or moving forward towards Kyle." And then, of course, Kyle's current wife, who is in the truck, would say he was backing up. And the question will be a credibility question for the jury.
Right.
And they're going to say, who do I believe?
And what I would argue, if I were the prosecutor, which I've never been, so it's an odd position for me, but if I were the prosecutor, I would say, so we're supposed to believe that he was unable to recognize that he was 10 feet away from an unarmed person, but he was able to recognize a foot was being lifted off the ground. I don't believe that.
Do you think we could get a Ouija board in court and have Chad testify?
Who knows? It's Texas. God knows what they're going to do.
I said something the other day, and I wonder if this would be good in the closing arguments for the defense. What if the defense said, so at the end of the day, members of the jury, I want you to remember, too bad, so sad, dead Chad. Does that work? Do you
think it might. Listen, but those arguments are political arguments. They're not legal arguments. So I know I keep getting, but Mod Texas shouted at me, and I get it. It's Texas. There's a political dynamic here. There's no question about it. And it may be that the politics are such that this guy would never get charged, that people are going to say, you threw him off the porch, you get to shoot him dead. I get it. It's fine. That's not what the law says. And I only do the law. But if the politics says we're just going to let him get away with it, I mean, look at the Alec Baldwin shooting. I mean, as far as I'm concerned,
pull the trigger.
Well, legally, as far as I'm concerned, that's manslaughter. That's involuntary manslaughter every day of the week. But he's trying to work his way out of it politically. Might Alec Baldwin not be charged and convicted? Of course. That's a political decision. It's not a legal decision. But if somebody wants to charge him, he's done. I mean, that's manslaughter every day of the week and twice on Sundays. And it's the same with this case. Might it be that I don't know what the politics are in Lubbock, Texas. Might it be that the politics are such that they would never charge Chad Reed because he was shoved off his porch? I guess so. I don't know. But if you look at Texas law, being shoved off your porch is not sufficient reason for someone to shoot you dead.
So two separate things. One thing, the Alec Baldwin thing is fascinating because of the number of people I run into who are like, well, 4 people cleared the gun and then handed it to him. So therefore he bears no responsibility. And I'm like, wait a minute. Every other human on the planet is responsible for what's in the chamber when they pull the trigger on a gun. Right. The other thing that's amazing, this is unrelated to Chad Reed and Kyle Carruth, but when I was researching the case law on it, I came across this case. They're in Texas. It's a 1921 decision, but it's still good law.
Sure.
If someone is,
by the way, folks, that's why California is, believe it or not, California is a stand your ground state, still in the jury instructions in 2021, because in 1889, there was an appellate California court decision that said you can stand your ground. There's no statute, but that's the way it works.
The Texas case is if someone steals your, I believe it's your purse or your wallet, and you enter into hot pursuit of the person, you are legally justified to shoot them as they're fleeing, and that justification extends to the range of your firearm.
That's true.
And the crazy thing about this, what if I'm chasing them with a Bushmaster, right? A 50 cal there at 1,000 yards, like a sucker.
So I've seen that. So Texas is the only state in the country that allows for any use of deadly force in defense of mere personal property. And I've seen cases and worked on cases where that was allowed. So I've worked on cases where a guy and his wife went out to the, let's call it the theater, and they're walking back to the car, and some thug runs up and grabs the wife's necklace and rips it off her neck and is running away. And the husband pulls out a pistol and shoots that guy in the back of the head and kills him. And you know what the Texas law authority source said? It said, hey, if you didn't want to get shot in the back of the head, you shouldn't have stolen the necklace. Completely justified. But that's not what was happening in this particular case.
Right.
In this particular case, when that guy was shot, he was 10 feet away. He was unarmed. He was not in the moment threatening anybody. He was not an imminent threat of deadly force harm to anybody when he was shot.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying.
And I know you disagree,
Yeah.
and obviously I'm not trying to personalize it, but
no. And that's what I was saying with
I'm just saying that's the legal argument.
Right. With the 1921 case, it's unrelated to this particular case. It's just this funny artifact of Texas law with property. But
they do it. I mean, they do.
Yeah.
Texas does say you can kill people over just personal property, and they won't charge you. I mean, there's no question about that. I've seen a lot of cases where they do that. It's the only country where that's permissible. But
Kyle should have thrown Chad his wallet.
That might have made a difference.
It's like that scene. Have you ever seen the movie Undercover Brother?
I weirdly think I have, but I don't want to.
So Eddie,
say I did, and then I discover it's like some Poland weird
there's
midget porn or something.
There's this scene with Eddie Griffin and Chris Kattan, and Eddie Griffin is he's a black guy, but he's undercover in a white organization. That's the whole like gimmick of the show.
Okay.
The Brotherhood is this organization of black special agents or whatever. And so he's there, and Chris Kattan, he busts into Chris Kattan's office and he's like, security, this man is stealing my things. And he starts throwing stuff at him. Like, he's stealing my stuff. Oh, it's beautiful. Great scene. And in Texas, you throw your wallet to someone and then you shoot them. Say he stole it.
But I will say all these people who are like, well, it was he was dispossessing him of his home, or he was committing a burglary, or folks, if you're trying to come up with some kind of technical pretext for why you killed another human being, that's a hard sell for a jury. So was he technically dispossessing of him of his home when he threw him off the porch? Maybe. But is the jury going to say a single shove in a, as Nick would say, a nipple rubbing contest? Is a single shove of another grown man off a porch dispossessing him of his home? What the statute was envisioning was a kidnap scenario. A child or a woman's being dragged out of the house. That's clearly what was not happening here. What about this? Well, he was fighting for the gun. That could be technically a burglary. All right. Well, if you want a technical pretext for killing someone, I guess you have it. But I think it's a hard sell to a jury. I mean, if I were the prosecutor, I would be saying, all right, well, what do we normally think of as a burglary? It's like somebody comes in the dead of night and is stealing your property and taking it out of your home. Is that what was happening here? Or was this just a guy here to pick up his kid for child custody? I just think all these excuses for this use of force would be a difficult. I think if I were the prosecutor, you would have a hard time selling that to my jury.
And that may be. I don't want to belabor the argument too much because
we can skip it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You and again, that's what I've told so many people is you can listen to my argument. You should definitely listen to Andrew's argument, because these are the types of arguments that are going to be made in court. And, it's going to depend on how that plays out. And so that's, we don't have perfect answers to this. We have narratives that we can tell, and that's what lawyers do. We tell a narrative to a jury, and we hope the jury agrees with that narrative.
Yeah, I would absolutely reinforce that, by the way, because I'm afraid the public thinks that, like, when I espouse a position that, like, that's some kind of absolute position, and anybody who disagrees with me must be a dirtbag or something. That's not what lawyers do, folks. I have a position, and I will defend it to the death. No question about that. That's what I do as a lawyer. But I also know there's other lawyers who have different positions who will defend their positions to the death, and they're equally meritorious. No one's a dirtbag. We're just arguing the positions that we believe best apply in the case.
Exactly. Okay, let's see. I think we were... Giant Mess says, the moment that I have someone walk up to me with a hand on his gun, hand on the gun at his hip, that to me already made the threat clear. And having been told that he would cut out my heart and then attack me from behind,
he wasn't shot then.
To me, self-defense. Well, yeah, and that's a different scenario. If the guy's got the hand on the gun coming up to him,
right? If Chad had shot him when he was fighting for the gun, that would be a completely different case. But that's not what happened.
Let's see. AGK says, to Andrew primarily and Nick as well, is Massad Ayub basically your patron saint in this particular branch of self-defense? I don't know who Massad Ayub is.
You don't?
No.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I guess that's how old our age difference. So Massad Ayub is a guy who is a local cop in New Hampshire, who is one of the first people to publicly kind of speak about use of force law, teach it in a well-informed general way. It was because I took his course in 1996 that I wrote the first edition of my book. I mean, he's the guy who made me commit myself to this area of the law for the last 30 years. So to me, he's a major influence and a major force. So
sure.
When I hear people say, I don't know who he is, well, I guess it makes sense because that was 30 years ago. And why the hell would you know? I mean, there's no reason you would. To me, it's very vital because that's the reason I do what I do. If it wasn't for Massad Ayub, I wouldn't be in this area of the law. And then I forget now exactly what the specific question was. So,
well, look, as a progressive individual that I am, I only listen to people with female presenting names, and Massad Ayub is not one of those. So that's why I've never actually heard of him.
Right. So Massad Ayub is about as anti-female as you could possibly imagine. He is. If you ever hear him talk, he's not tall. He's, I don't know. I want to make up a number. 5'6", shorter than me. But he is the deepest voice you've ever heard in your voice. He's like who's the character who does the deep voices in all the movies? The Darth Vader guy.
Oh, James Earl Jones.
He's James Earl Jones, except in a Middle Eastern coat.
Sure. I'll have to check that out. John Smith says, you don't have to be a lawyer to affect change. I teach 12th grade high school government because I want to try to properly teach the next generation what I can before they get ruined. Yeah. Lawyers are not actually great effectors of change because they're
poor effectors of change. But once you have the cloak, there's a minority who can use that cloak of being a lawyer. People respect the cloak way more than they should.
Yes.
And the public might perceive someone who can present as a lawyer, even if it's just a JD, which frankly, I'm sorry, but I think that's ridiculous. But
no, you're right.
Someone who hasn't actually passed the bar. I mean, they can't actually practice law. And then they're not licensed to practice law because, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be offensive, they were not good enough on the test to qualify to actually practice law, but they got the JD degree from the law school, which you get even if you don't pass the bar. And now people think that those people are in some kind of authoritative position. It can have an influence on the general public, even if the person doesn't know anything.
Yeah, no, it's amazing because so lawyers, your influence as a practicing attorney tends to be, for the overwhelming majority of your life, of your career, focused on very specific clients in very specific cases that are fact intensive.
Yep.
The people who go on as lawyers to advocate are a small minority. Who to advocate on a broad scale are a small minority, and everybody hates those people because they're all in Congress.
And they're always wrong.
Yes,
because there's always a wrong angle.
Right. It's.
I mean, I run into this because personally, I'm a gun owner. I've been a gun owner my whole life. I consider myself a Second Amendment absolutist. I think all the gun laws are unconstitutional on their face. So I don't know how you get more absolutist than that. But when I'm defending a client, I'm defending that client, and I don't care who they are or what they are or what skin color they are or what they've done wrong. The state has to prove them guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And that is the standard I will hold them to. And they will have to fight me to the ends of the earth to do that. That's my job as a criminal defense attorney. And it's got nothing to do with politics or guns or anything else. The state has to prove that person guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And if they can't do that, my client ought not be convicted.
Right. And you may even have policy disagreements about what that client did. Like you may not.
Often they're dirtbags. I'm sorry.
Right.
I mean, often there are people who, may well deserve to be in jail.
The meth dealer, you don't want to advocate for like meth for everybody.
I don't want them to date my daughter. But that's not how the system works. The system is not, does this guy go to jail if you don't want him to date your daughter? That's not the standard we have. The standard is, has the state proven them guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? And if the state does that, by the way, guess what happens to you? You're put in a jail, a cage with other really unpleasant people for 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, maybe the rest of your life, years. So before we allow the state to do that, there ought to be a pretty high standard. And the standard is they have to prove you guilty of that crime beyond any reasonable doubt. If they do that, I'm sorry. Maybe I was your lawyer. Well, my apologies. But if they did that, you're convicted. You go to prison. But they have to do that. And I will hold them to the standard of doing that.
Yeah, sometimes you're faced with the reality that your client did it.
Well, they did it. They normally come on.
Often you're faced with the reality that your client did it, but
normally they did it.
Extreme EDC says, I work in student loans. Law school defaults are more common than many other types of students with some of the largest loans.
I could explain why that is, but we would probably get into certain racial dynamics that we'd rather not.
Vincent Teague says, America needs more tradesmen. I'm a project manager for a construction company that specializes in ironworking, and some jobs pay 45 plus an hour. If you're not sure what to do, be a tradesman for a few months.
So I grew up before I was a lawyer, long before I was a lawyer, in a family business that was a truck repair business in Harlem, New York. Before Harlem was nice, it was a
disaster.
I was going to use bad words, but it was it looked like Berlin in World War II.
We're past 2 hours in a live stream. You can say literally anything you want now. Any words that you want to use.
Right. It was a complete shit show. It was naked people living in burned out buildings within a block of my mechanic shop. It was an unbelievable hellhole. You'd go out for a sandwich. It's like you go out for McDonald's, you walk half a block from your building, and there were people there with bare iron weapons waiting to gut you, to kill you for whatever you had in your pockets. It was anarchy. It was Thunderdome, except it was Harlem. Now I know Harlem today is very nice. I've heard that. I haven't been back, but I can assure you, when I was there on First Avenue and 125th Street, it was a very different place than what you're seeing today.
Yeah, it's been gentrified or whatever now,
which is awesome. I'm very happy. It was horrible when I was there, but I'm very happy that it's improved. But yes, I have every respect in the world for trade schools. When I was between the ages of 12 and I guess maybe 20, I was a diesel mechanic working on garbage trucks in Harlem, New York. That's what I did with the maggots dropping out of the trucks on top of me. I mean, that was one of the most disgusting jobs you could possibly imagine. But if you're a young man, it works. And if you stick with it, I can tell you, you'll make a lot more money than the average, not the exceptional, but the average lawyer.
Yeah, if you're not, I mean, if you're doing catastrophic personal injury, you can make a fortune. But most lawyers are not doing catastrophic personal injury.
And they can't. They're not doing it because they can't.
Yeah.
Listen, folks, if you look at a guy like Nick and you're like, oh, I would love to be a lawyer. I'd love to know what Nick does. You have no idea how hard Nick is working to do this. I do, because I'm not even attempting to do what he's doing. I'm just observing from a distance, but I can see the effort. You've never worked this hard in your fucking life. Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah, you could say, literally, there's no word that you can say. The only thing you can't do right now is talk about COVID or the 2020 election.
All right, I'm not going to talk about either of those. You've never worked so hard in your life. Trust me.
I haven't.
Never worked this hard in your life. And I know, because I do it. I mean, I'm a small town lawyer in Colorado, and for me to have anything like a fraction of the success I have, which is not that great, it's not like I'm making millions of dollars. I work 15, 16 hours a day. I mean, this is not a normal job. It's not you show up at 9, you leave at 5, and everything happens, and you're busting your butt every hour of the day.
Oh yeah. In the YouTube side of it, I'm right now with the trial going on. I'm doing 8-hour streams in the daytime. I'm doing 3-hour to 4-hour streams at night. And then the entire time between then, while I'm cooking, attending to my kids, and hanging out with my wife, I'm checking my phone every couple minutes, looking for stories, doing research, looking it up. I mean, I'm working 16 to 20 hours a day when there's a trial on. It's crazy.
It's insane.
But it's fun. It's fun, though.
Well, not this trial.
This trial's a little slow, but I'm hoping it picks up. Right now, I'm investing in the trial by watching the jury selection. That's what's going on. Okay, let me read one more chat, and then let's do this. Let's finish up this video and then wrap up the overall stream pretty soon here. Amateur Ant says, I used to be anti-baby offing. Now I'm pro-choice because I would say 90% of the Democrats and crazy left have no problems offing their own, which means less of them over time. They're literally offing themselves over time. Lol. I mean, I see that argument a lot.
Are we doing that?
I don't really agree with that argument, because I keep seeing, like, as many quote unquote leftist babies that don't get born, I see a million more born, and I say give the babies a chance, but that's me. I'm very pro-life. So
all right, so okay, I'm very pro-life. As far as I'm concerned, I don't care what the baby is. It should live no matter what. So I don't care what the larger social dynamics are. I don't think you get to kill babies because the social dynamics might be counter to what your larger interests are. But I would point out that most victims of abortion are not white babies. They're dark-skinned babies. And if you love dark-skinned babies, perhaps you should be less in favor of abortion, because there would be more of them around.
yeah, that's it. The statistics, again, regardless of people's position on abortion, when you think about the fact that in America alone, it's north of 60 million babies 60 million people do not exist. And you think about things like the Army has low enrollment numbers. Social Security is floundering because the previous generation outnumbers the current generation. And you go, there are 60 million people missing. That's a staggering statistic when you really think about it.
What would we call it if a dictator waved his hand and 60 million people disappeared? I think we wouldn't call it a civil right.
Some do. But it's interesting because the same people who would call it a civil right when the dictator does it, they seem to politically align with the party that wants or
It's
the
weird, right?
people. But
Weird.
all right, we're drifting now. Let's finish up this super drunk guy's DUI stop, and then maybe we can end up this.
I can't believe, Nick. I'm so sorry. I just suddenly realized you were trying to cover this guy's drunk video, and I completely derailed the entire.
I
program.
much prefer the conversation to the drunk video, but now I'm looking at the time and I'm going, oh my God, I got to wake up for a COVID test that I have to drive to at like 9 a.m. and then I have to come back and watch. I have a charity thing on Saturday, and so I have to have a negative COVID test within 72 hours because I'm not vaccinated.
Jesus, dude, move to Colorado. We don't do any of that bullshit.
I would unironically love to live in Colorado, but I think I'm stuck here unless unless I could transport my entire in-laws out to Colorado. Which
dude, we have a guest room. Just bring them out. Bring them out for a trip. I'm serious. I have a very. I'm sorry. I know this is public. I'm not trying to brag, but
no,
it's a big fucking house. So just bring everybody out. We got.
Where roughly
six goddamn bathrooms or something?
Where roughly in Colorado are you?
Between Denver and Colorado Springs.
Oh, perfect. So my wife, her dad was in the Air Force Academy at Colorado Springs.
Yeah, so he knows it.
We used to go out to Colorado every other year, but then that stopped for some reason. But we would go to Granby.
Yeah, sure.
And then we would shoot down. We always would go down to Colorado Springs and eat at Fargo's Pizza.
Yeah.
And we go to Casa Bonita because,
of course, the divers. You have to see that.
Absolutely worthless restaurant, but
the food
nostalgia.
Is grotesque.
It's horrifying. Okay, let's do this video.
Do you ride motorcycles?
I do not. Okay. Not that I'm opposed. I just
no. It's fine. It's fine. It's just I wouldn't recommend it to anybody. It's a high risk occupation, but I do. So I would have one here if that was one of your hobbies. But if it's not, that's totally fine. I mean, if you're gay, that's okay with me.
So the other day, last year, it was either last year or 2019. I was about to go. I was leaving for my parents' house the next day down in Florida. And I went to the post office, which is right next to an outdoor sports store, right? In my town.
Sure.
And I roll up and they have the replica Captain America Harley from the first movie.
Right.
And so it's got like the rifle holster on the front up by the front wheel. And it's got the big saddlebags. It's all green. And I was like, how much is this? The guy says he was selling it for like $12,500 or something like that. And I was like, I'm leaving for Florida tomorrow. I can't actually make this decision today. But if it wasn't there when I got back, so I didn't buy it. But that was the closest I've ever come to buying a motorcycle. It was so cool.
Well, it's like how we talk about the law. If you have a passion for the law, then do it regardless of the money, because obviously if you have a passion for it, the money doesn't matter. What I always tell people is if you look at a motorcycle and you have a passion for it, then do it. But if you don't, if you're thinking like, I don't know, the wife and it's risky and it's then definitely don't do it, because you know what? It is risky. It is dangerous. It is all those things. So unless you have an emotional passion for riding motorcycles, I would definitely not encourage anyone to do it.
At the time, I just couldn't write the check that day. That was the only thing stopping me. So this day, today, I can't write the check. If I come back in 2 weeks, I might be able to write the check if I've thought about it a little bit. But when I got back, it was gone. So I think he sold it. But it definitely kicked some intrigue into me.
How old are your kids?
14 down to 4.
Same wife?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, we've been married 17 and a half years now.
All right. So I've got like 23, 21, and 9 and 6, but
Ooh, that's a spread.
Not the same wife. So it's a different situation.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, I think, you may have signed yourself up for a Colorado guest. So just so you know.
Hey, dude, I offer, the funny thing is I offer this all the time. to people I respect, and I respect you, and you're welcome in my home anytime. Any moment you want to come here, it's totally fine.
Well,
12 hours notice, we'll have the bed made. It's no problem.
If you ever want to come up to Minnesota, I'll extend you the same offer because my backyard is ideal for trap shooting.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I've been to Minnesota and it was lovely. But I'm not gonna ride my motorcycle across Kansas again.
No, you got to go. You only spend a little time in Kansas. You go Nebraska to Iowa.
It's a long time. My
You got to go up 29. Don't go 35.
Nebraska is no better. it's 14 hours of nothing. So sorry.
All right, here we
Been there. And it's like a horror movie where you're like, what's going to happen now? Will there be something scary? And like, well, there will be something scary, but it won't be scary for 14 hours. You just have to sit here in the theater and wait until 14 hours and there's a goddamn turn in the road.
All right, here we go.
He got his wallet stolen from him recently, so he's stolen from where? I'm not exactly sure.
No one's sure.
Why is he refusing to answer basic questions? He's refusing to identify himself as well.
He got his wallet stolen, bro.
I don't want to give out too much information about him, but he's highest priority. Like,
by the way, the cops are academy perfect
recently. So I'm trying to,
why can't he answer perfect questions? Not,
I understand that.
You have to answer. They can't compel you to answer.
Police officer in front of us, and we've seen him.
I'm a police officer. Why won't he answer?
We were, yeah.
It's beautiful because the whole idea is, hey, I'm asking just these reasonable basic questions.
No, these 20-year-old cops, whatever they are, 22, who knows?
Yeah.
But these very young cops are actually, they've been very well trained to ask the questions in the perfect way. We're not compelling you. Answer me or I'll put you in jail. They're not doing the old school bullshit. They're just saying, why aren't you asking our perfectly reasonable questions? And it guilts people into providing answers, but they're allowed to ask those questions.
Absolutely. Here we go.
I don't know. I'm not the driver. So I don't know why he wants to do that. I'm a buddy's house. We were leaving a buddy's house at McDonald's and we're going home. I got you. All right. At this point, I was speaking with your.
I got you. You're lying at your butt.
I had the order of ingesting.
Got it.
Coming from his breath in person. Okay. You know how much he's had to do tonight? Personally, I have no idea.
Personally and professionally, I don't know how much he's been drinking.
No, we actually weren't. There's no need to lie. He smells like it. No, I understand that. So
just be honest, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Don't be honest.
I said I'm not sure. You're not sure if you guys were drinking over there? I'm not sure if we were drinking around.
I love that.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, Nick, but can we both say to our audience, listen, if you messed up and you did a bad thing and you're in this situation, you should not have done that. It's please don't drive drunk. Nobody is advocating that. But if the cop is asking you, have you done a bad thing? The only appropriate answer is no.
No. That's what I say all the time. By the way, since I started this practice, I say no to literally everything the cop asks. Other than
you grew up in New York. I mean, goddamn, I grew up in New York. Someone comes, hey, buddy, do you gotta? No. No, I have nothing. I got nothing. I got nothing for you. I got nothing. My answer is always no. If cops show up? No. They're going to cuff you? Okay. You can't fight them. They're going to arrest you? That's fine. It's up to them. There's 3 or 4 of them. You're going to get cuffed. Your answer is no. No, 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 no.
I got pulled over the other day for using a cell phone, not hands-free in my car because my wife won't call anybody. And I needed to call a bank and her phone was hooked up to the Bluetooth. And I'm like, will you just call? And she's like, no. Okay, fine. So I pick up my phone. I dial the number. And the cop pulls me over and he's like, you were on your phone. Or do you know why he pulled you over? No, you were on your phone. Were you on your phone? No. Were you using were you using your phone to text? No, I saw you on your phone. It's like, okay. And then he says, did you see the campaign that we had about hands-free phones? No. It's like, really? It was 2 years of just billboards everywhere. You didn't see those? No. How long have you lived in this area? I don't know, 20 years or something.
Right. So here's how reasonable people should think about these interactions with law enforcement. If the cop was going to be reasonable, well, then a reasonable answer would work. But you have to presume he's the guy who pulled you over is not being reasonable.
Exactly.
And then a reasonable answer is not going to work. You can't say, oh, it's because my kid has COVID and I only needed 5 seconds to check the phone. And the unreasonable cop doesn't want to hear any of that. The reasonable cop didn't pull you over in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. Because and the crazy thing was, I only had the phone in my hand to dial the number to my bank. That was it.
You know, have you seen the case where they said the person was using the phone because they had it plugged in to charge?
No.
That's a use of a phone. You know, they do that with cars, right? So if you're like DWI, they'll say, if you even just stick the key in the ignition or do
if
anything,
you're passed out in the driver's seat, pull
you're
over.
operating the vehicle because the key was in the ignition.
Yeah.
Well, they do that with the phone too. They'll say, well, it was charged. He was using it because one aspect of using it is charging the phone.
It's insanity. Okay, here we go. That light in your face would be so fucking irritating.
That's about, by the way, that's about 1,000 lumens.
Yeah.
It's like the sun in your
Wherever
face.
it hits is like a magnifying glass on an ant.
Yeah, it is.
And this is the trick, right? Just stand there quietly. I had undergrad professors who would just stand in the front of the class and they would ask a question. And if no one answered, they would just stand there. And eventually someone would answer because it's so uncomfortable to just have silence.
Don't ever do that, people. Please don't ever do that.
You're not on that? No.
He's not getting any answers out of this guy. What were you saying about those chicken nuggets, bro? They're not all that? Oh, they're not that spicy? Oh, okay.
So for people who don't know, police officers, especially detectives, but obviously these officers too, are professionally trained interrogators. They have very specific techniques and tricks they are taught that will make people respond to them and say words that can be used against them in court. And if you think these things don't work, I mean, I do. And when I do my law self-defense class, my advanced class, it's an 8-hour class. We spend an hour on this, a full hour on this. There are techniques that police use. Well, it sounds innocent. Oh, bro, why don't you tell me what's going on? Why don't you tell me what's happening? The whole purpose is for them to draw from you words that they can repeat in court that will convict you.
Mm-hmm.
And you have no idea what those words are, but they do because they've been taught to extract those words from you. And we see that in the jury selection in these cases where you see a prosecutor or defense counsel say, well, isn't it true that they do leading questions? Isn't it true that this happened or that happened, or you believe this or you believe that? And they're doing that because if they can get those specific words out of you, they can get you dismissed for cause. Well, here it's the opposite. These cops are trying to get this guy to say specific words so he can have a charging document.
What else do you guys get from Mickey D's?
Not even sure anymore.
Not even sure?
Yeah.
The defendants don't even remember what they just ordered from McDonald's. It's sitting right in front of him on the dashboard. He clearly got spicy McNuggies and a large fries. Every member of the jury knows that this guy got a large fries. It's right there, but he can't even remember what he got. How drunk are these morons?
I don't even care anymore.
What do you think your attorney would advise?
So he missed a right turn signal from a cop coming oncoming, and that's the reason why he's getting pulled over.
I'm not really
kinda
sure. I wasn't there for the.
No,
I
I
wasn't
seen you pull back around this way. But,
He's
I wasn't
definitely not really sure.
for like the
you were
initial
turn-
part.
You know how on Greenfield you had that yield? You could turn right on.
You know how when you're really drunk and you don't know what's going on.
Wait, so did the passenger just raise that he's being pulled over for this right turn? I think so.
He doesn't know what the hell is going on.
What
so
is he?
You have a drunk passenger that doesn't convict the driver, but I'm pretty sure they're going to get around to the driver.
Yeah, but the amazing thing here is it's what we were just talking about. The cop employed silence for a while. Then he asked an innocuous question about what they got at McDonald's. Waits a little bit, and this guy is suddenly like, so he got pulled over for not using a turn signal. Now, let me tell you why. He didn't use
If anybody is wondering how effective these interrogation techniques are, just these completely innocuous, they're not beating anybody with rubber hoses. They're just saying, let me ask you a question. You don't want to answer? You sure? Because it's weird you don't want to answer. You have an answer? Oh, that's your answer? Folks, that works like 99.99% of the time. And that other guy in the passenger seat you think is your best friend who's protecting you from this drunk driving conviction, he may well be trying to do that. He may be your best friend. But what he's coughing up under this interrogation, this totally legitimate legal interrogation technique, is going to sink you.
And remember that you're oh, hey, there's a closed caption. Remember that your best friend is a dumbass 99% of the time. Like you're like, this
Right.
guy's an idiot.
You're an idiot. So
That's
he's
the guy who's
right.
defending you right now. It's terrible. You don't want that. You don't want that. You may love them, but they do the stupid thing from time to time. They're gonna do the stupid thing when the cop is there.
You want Nick next to you in the car, and Nick is not going to be shit-faced next to you in the car. He's going to be the sober guy in the car in our imaginary universe.
Not today. All right, here we go.
If you're going
It's actually no. It's a yield to your right. It's a stop sign.
Oh, he's explaining the law to the cop.
There's a stop sign.
You're talking about 60th and Greenfield.
So you're heading.
So you're
No,
going,
officer, you don't understand.
I mean,
We were
right?
Yeah. So
And then you guys were going to make a right turn to go on 60th. Yes, that's a stop sign.
So it's a stop sign and a yield.
No, it's not a yield.
What?
Stop sign.
And trust me, the cop. Well, one, the cop could just lie here. It doesn't matter. But two,
That
the
happens.
cop who drives this 4, 5, 6 times per shift, he's pretty sure what sign is at that intersection.
Okay, and let's pretend that there was no sign there. Let's pretend, because we know there was, but let's pretend. You think there won't be a sign there by tomorrow morning? Because I think there will.
This guy is great. He's a gem. He's helping Gaige. He's totally helping him out right now.
That might be. Well, like I said, I'm not the driver, so.
Trust me.
But I seen your officer. I seen your fellow officer when we approached him. And I was like, is he really gonna pull around over a fucking right turn signal? Like, you guys must be so fucking bored. It's ridiculous.
We had a conversation
That's
in
always
our
the win.
car about your failure to use the right turn signal and how the cop was gonna pull us over. Again, it's on a ticket. But guys, I got a speeding ticket from a cop one time. This is well before I went to law school. And he said, do you know why I pulled you over? And I said, let me guess. You think I was speeding. The cop wrote down, defendant admitted, quote, I was speeding. And then he brought that in. I didn't have a recorded statement to counter the police officer with. He just wrote down that I said I was speeding. And it's technically true. I said those words. And so I got the speeding ticket. What was I going to do? The prosecutor's like, I can bury you with this. You have an admission. This is why you don't say anything. This guy just admitted that they had a conversation about his buddy's failure to use a right turn signal. That goes, what defense attorney you're going to, I mean, you might be able to just plea it out or whatever, but what defense attorney could fight this charge based on that admission? None.
You can't plea it out because you don't have any money. So I mean, I'm sorry, but pleading things out takes money.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, I don't, unless they just want to give it to you, but obviously here they didn't want to give it to him. So
Right. And here we go.
if you want to buy it, you can buy it.
Yeah,
is this like too much inside information?
No, it's great. People need
because I think people maybe not know this. I mean, we would all like to believe we live in and frankly, this buys into a lot of the people who are offended about how the criminal justice system works and it's not fair and just and equitable. And Jesus, no, you don't need to convince me of that. I mean, the more resources you can bring to the legal fight, that it makes an enormous difference.
Huge.
And if you can tell a prosecutor, listen, my client will take whatever, a misdemeanor, 3rd degree, as long as it's not a felony, and we'll pay a $20,000 fine, and it'll go right to the domestic abuse fund of the court. I mean, you can get a deal done. I mean, that happens. Listen, that happens all the time in cases I work on. But if you're a poor person who doesn't have those resources, do you get different justice? Yes, absolutely. Does that mean the system needs to be fixed? I would suggest yes, it does. Does it mean any particular person needs to go to jail for the rest of their life? Well, I'm not sure if they were working within the system as it existed at the time they were operating within that system. But I'm personally a big proponent of reform of the criminal justice system, as long as it's not an insane version of that.
Right. And the key to remember, one key takeaway of this, by the way, guys, is people make fun of cops who do traffic violations. Like some people on Twitter, they misunderstand my practice because I actually, when I practice law, I don't do traffic violations. They're really technical and they require a lot of specific knowledge about how you fight these particular things. And I find that to be boring. Other people can do that, and that's great. But having a traffic specialized lawyer is a guy who talks to prosecutors about traffic tickets 7 days of the week, or 5 days out of the week. That guy will get you a deal every time. The trick is you're paying his hourly plus the amount you were going to pay, but you're getting that off your record. Those attorneys are invaluable in what they do.
What's the hourly where you are, Nick?
Where I am, the average hourly is $150 an hour to $200 an hour for an associate, and $250 an hour for
folks.
a partner.
If you're not paying that, you're crazy.
Yeah, that's cheap.
It's
out
cheap.
here, the highest paid attorneys out here are $250 an hour for the partners, which is abysmally low. But you go into the Twin Cities, you're paying $400 to $700 an hour. You know, it goes up very rapidly when you get a couple hours away from here. Here we go.
It's not that, but we've had
over a right turn signal, man.
You're gonna let me talk?
I am, but like,
you know how many people we've had crash,
die, on that intersection. I know. I actually have a friend who got T-boned through a red light on the intersection, so I understand that.
So this is like a domestic violence case. I hear this 1,000 times. It's like, well, I just shoved her, man. I didn't really hurt her this time. I mean, of course, the last time she was in the hospital with broken ribs and broken jaw.
Fine.
You know, I mean, but she recovered. I mean,
it was just the one. It was just the one time that happened.
And this time, all I asked for was a goddamn sandwich. And you know, I mean, obviously, she expects to go back to the hospital for not doing that. I mean, that's basically by the way, just to be clear, I'm not a proponent of that legal argument. I don't want to get castigated on Amazon. Did I tell you I got a 1-star review of my book?
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier.
Jesus Christ. I got 1,000 reviews out of 5 stars.
But you got the ones like Branca was like, oh man, the prosecutor wasn't great at Arbery. The prosecutor was brilliant. It's like, I don't know if the prosecutor was brilliant so much as the actual parties in Arbery admitted to the elements of the criminal acts in their testimony. That was kind of the problem. Travis McMichaels is like, yeah, I have no idea why we were stopping him for our citizen's arrest.
Anyway, I didn't mean to derail your show for that.
It's fine.
Sorry. I just remembered it happened. It was so funny to me. But okay, so we're looking at this thing, this drunk driving arrest. Folks, There is no wonder about what's happening here. There are drunk people getting arrested for drunk driving. I mean, this is not a mystical event like we're supposed to believe Rittenhouse was like, who knows, he was a white supremacist. Or I mean, this is very normal. Police, they do this 20 times a day.
Yep.
They're dealing with this interaction. They pull over a car because it's weaving over the road, and they're like, have you been drinking? And they go, oh no, officer. I mean, they do this all night long.
Ignore my paper bag and left hand. Yeah. Ignore that one. Don't look at it. Here we go.
A bit to you, but at the end of the night, I mean,
who knows what small was.
Yeah.
I love what this cop has done. I have to pause it again. You don't know how many people have died for failing to use a right turn signal at this intersection. This one. He didn't use, you know what? I was here just on Friday. A mother and 4 mentally handicapped children in the car.
Stop it.
She failed to use a right turn signal, and she drove into that intersection, was hit by a semi-truck, and a bomb landed on it. And all 4 of those mentally handicapped children are in heaven with St. Peter right now, but the mom is burning in hell because she killed them.
You're killing me, Nick.
It's just the funniest shit I've ever seen. This cop is like, well, you didn't use the right turn. You don't know how many people die from not using a turn signal.
Okay, the message I want to give to normal human beings is that nobody cares about any of that. You were drunk driving. No one's going to care about the World War II babies. Jesus.
Here we go.
I don't understand.
Just based on my understanding, it seems like he's been drinking. So maybe alcohol has a little bit of to do with that. Maybe he's not paying attention, which is usually what happens when people have been consuming alcohol.
Maybe.
They don't pay attention to the road.
No kidding.
Yeah, but
that's how I got married the first time.
That was just out with Franklin. I'm going to stand by on Howell just to make sure he doesn't exit out this way. 36, if you want to stay out on College, we can get a couple. 33, 104 Hazen. 104 Hazen, northbound on the freeway.
Oh man, Nick, your show is too fun. It should be a controlled substance.
You need a license to get it, or a prescription.
Oh my God.
He just said, I honestly don't want you to answer any more questions.
Oh my God, folks, when the cop tells you to shut up,
please,
that would be the appropriate time to shut up.
I think the prosecutor is going to come after me for an 8th Amendment violation if you don't stop answering questions.
Oh, good Lord. I'm sorry, Nick. Does your audience find this funny, or is it just the lawyers? I mean,
who cares?
Because for lawyers, it's like, oh my God, when the police officer arresting you is telling you to shut up, that's a pretty good indication to shut up. Holy crap.
The way I've always run my show is if I'm laughing, I don't care if anybody else is. So it's fine by me.
No, whatever, but
whatever.
It's fine.
So wait, he needed to take my ID for what reason?
To identify you because you're in a vehicle.
But like, what did I didn't do anything wrong.
You're in a vehicle where a
That's
traffic stop was
in
performed.
Wisconsin. That's like a legal thing to do.
It's illegal to do that?
No, it's in Wisconsin. Is that a legal thing to do? Like you
have the right
need
to
my
identify.
ID? But I'm saying when I said no, and he's like, "Oh well, I need to see it." So that means
this always works awesome. These technical or textual legal arguments. The courts love those.
Always argue the law with the officer on the street. That's the best plan you've got. The officer can be wrong on the law all day. It doesn't matter if you win or lose that argument. It will only hurt you to lose that argument.
Say, every word you say is being recorded on that body cam, and it will be used against you because he has not Mirandized you. You don't have a reasonable expectation of privacy. You know you're being recorded. Every single word is going to be used against you.
Yes. And the best thing is if you win the argument, at best, it hurts you. At best, it hurts you.
It cannot help you. It's impossible.
At worst, you lose the argument, so it hurts you, and you look like an idiot on a body cam.
Listen, one of the most common questions I get is, Andrew, what can I say about to be arrested to avoid being arrested? And my answer is, I don't give a shit if you're arrested. Get arrested. I don't care. That's the least of my concerns. My concern are you going to be in a cage for 20 years, 30 years? That's what I'm worried about. If they want to arrest you on the scene, just do it.
Yeah, that's actually the thing. If you're actually acting properly in the majority of severe traffic infractions, like a DWI or whatever, even if you're 100% innocent, if you act properly in the legally protective way, you should expect to get arrested. I think you would say the same about a self-defense situation.
Yes.
If you did everything right, 100%, you should expect
you'll
to go
be
to
arrested.
jail.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
It's not something you're gonna fix. Yeah. Here we go.
Wait, if you don't want to give it to us, you are obstructing our investigation.
No, I understand that. And that's why I was asking.
Cops can lie to you, by the way.
They're lying here, by the way. That's not obstruction.
Anything you guys are doing here?
Oh. I'm a big fat guy with a face beard. How much lying can I do?
The cop can stand there all day, by the way. He'll get paid overtime eventually.
And he will. He will. He will stand there for 2-3 hours waiting for you to say something.
Because for him, every 2 hours goes up to like $60, $70 an hour.
He's going to tell his friends about it.
You and the driver.
He's going to tell his friends at the morning. He's going to say, man, I sat that guy down for 3 hours and he didn't say a word. But the third hour, he broke.
95 miles an hour.
This is how cops are.
Yeah, that's the one thing to mainly remember with cops. They're getting paid for this interaction.
No matter what.
It is all gravy to them. There was it's not Rutgers, it's a very famous YouTube video, Don't Talk to Cops. It's like an hour and a half long. The first guy to talk is a criminal defense attorney and law professor, I believe. The second guy to talk, though, is a 3L who's a former cop for like 20 years. And he says the most important stuff in that whole speech. He says, if I have to keep a guy in the interrogation room for 10 hours, my shift is over. And once my shift is over, I'm getting paid double time for every single hour there. I will keep him there forever. I am happy to do that interrogation. He is losing
the
money.
next guy comes in, new guy in shift, who's fresh, and you're not.
Yeah.
Even if they replace him, right? Even if that guy's out end of your shift, he goes home. It's not like you go free. You don't go free. You're still in the holding room. It's just they bring in a new detective who just got on shift in the last hour. You've been up since 3 a.m. because somebody tried to kill you.
Because that's why you're DUIing or self-defending.
Or whatever, right? And now there's a new detective who's there, and he's not overslept.
Yeah, it's all of the entire situation is stacked against you.
Right now, no options. I need to make sure that it's safe for you to drive. If not, based on my observations.
They're so screwed.
307, you copying?
Like literally, if it was anyone other than Gaige Grosskreutz, he's toast. The only thing is he had the trial for Kyle Rittenhouse where he was.
I mean, I'm honest. I wouldn't even take this case. I would defer it. I would refer it to folks like, folks who normally do DWI.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just you just do the normal arguments, right? Like it wasn't a lab, it was blah blah blah.
Their equipment was broken.
Yeah,
the warrant was invalid.
They didn't verify it before they run the test, and
the stop was invalid.
All the listen. For folks who don't know, when you graduate law school, you don't know anything. So if you're fortunate, the local legal community sets up a bunch of legal classes for you to take after you've passed the bar, where they say, hey, here's how you do a DWI case. Here's how you do a house closing. Here's how you do a domestic abuse situation. Here's how you do, and they're trying to prep you to actually practice law.
And those are the things you will never
I don't know
learn
if it's
in
the
law
same
school.
where Nick is. I'm sorry.
It is. No, it's
okay.
the exact same.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure it's universal at this point. Law school teaches you how to research case law and federal cases pretty much exclusively.
Kind of general reasoning.
Yeah. A little bit of legal writing and a tiny bit of advocacy. Like you do your mock deposition, you do your mock exam and cross exam, opening and closing arguments, but largely you learn some foundational principles of federal law for the most part. But if you want to get out there, I remember my first criminal hearing. It was a first appearance, so nothing special. And the judges know when you're a new attorney, by the way. They know.
Most of the people hearing this don't know what a first appearance is. So the first appearance is when your client initially shows up. They're deciding, all right, here are the charges. Here's your bail. You're not convicted of anything. You're just made aware of the risk that you're facing, basically.
And in Minnesota, you have a Rule 5 hearing, you have a Rule 8 hearing, or you can combine those two hearings to get a Rule 11 omnibus hearing. And the judge looks at me and is like, you want to combine the Rule 5 and the Rule 8? And I look back with my eyes like 8 feet wide, and I'm like, holy shit, I haven't read these rules enough to know them by number. And the judge says, you want an omnibus hearing, right? Yes. Rule 11.
Just do whatever the judge tells you.
And the judge is nodding profusely. And I'm like, yes, Your Honor, I want that. But it's
not because you know what's going on, right? It's because you're relying on these older shoulders to kind of guide you through what the normal process is.
Yeah. And despite going to a Minnesota law school and taking criminal law, they don't teach you anything about the rules of criminal procedure.
Nope.
So it's amazing. Here we go.
This shit, because I'm not going to say you for this shit. Why can't I leave? Why?
Because you're under arrest.
Because
he is investigating. All right.
You're in a Terry stop right now.
Intoxicated. All right. If this officer determines he's going to arrest him, we're going to search the vehicle. All right, we just can't release it because what if there's a pistol under the car?
The cop doesn't even have to tell them that much.
No.
All right. Well, that's the reason why. Right?
No, for sure.
I would, in fact, I would not suggest that the cop tell them that much. I would tell the cop should just be saying, just sit here. We're working on it. We're trying to get you loose. We're trying to do what we can. And you end up with probable cause to search the vehicle. You toss the whole vehicle.
Yeah. Why can't I leave? Well, because right now we're looking at some things. You'll be able to leave soon. Don't worry about it.
Right? Yeah.
Dude, I'm not trying to. Sorry, coming off a little whatever, but
coming off. He's coming off. Oh my God. Oh Jesus. He's coming off a high, obviously. What else would he be coming off of? He just climbed down a mountain.
That's the beautiful thing. What he means is I'm coming across to the officer in a negative way because I sound hostile.
Nick,
but
is that what he means?
Let's just say it is. But the cop says, what's he coming off of? He says he's coming off of intoxication. He's starting to sober up. He realizes the situation he's in. Says his friend. It's amazing.
Oh my God.
This should be like a class in every like CCW course ever, or for that matter, a driver's course ever.
Yeah.
Please don't do any of this. Don't do this.
Want to start searching?
Hmm?
You want to start searching?
What?
Hold on.
The closed caption says you want to say surgeon, which doesn't make.
Surgeon?
I
Like,
think he's
are they
saying.
fishermen?
Do you want to search it? Do you want to say search it?
Oh, I hope not.
That was weird. That was the red bearded guy. He's saying, "Do you want to say surgeon?" I don't know what he was saying.
If a cop ever says search, the word search, you should just like lock into a coma state and
say always
no.
I will confidently give the legal advice of saying literally always refuse consent to search. If they're gonna search, they're gonna search whether you consent or not.
That is true. They will.
So you always refuse it, and then your lawyer might be able to help you.
So Nick, let me ask you, because when I went to law school and we read these cases, these search cases, it was always like, well, the drug dealers on the Greyhound bus with the 80 kilos of cocaine, when the officers asked them, they said, certainly search our duffel bags full of 80 kilos of cocaine. To my mind, having been a man with some experience around drug dealers, and I found that rather not credible. To my mind, it was like no one would ever say yes. Search my duffel bag so you can find a bunch of coke in it.
I'm watching an episode of Cops in our constitutional criminal procedure class, right?
Okay.
And the guy has a joint behind his right ear. It's on the camera. And the cop says, "Hey, buddy, can I look in your car?" He's like, "Yeah, man, it's fine. You can go ahead and look. You're not going to find nothing. I got nothing to hide." And he says, "You know why I'm asking if I can search your car?" "No." And he just reaches up and grabs the joint and shows it to him. You'd be shocked at what people accept. There was another one we watched, another episode of Cops. The cop's like, her bag is in the car, and you can search a car to find a purse, but searching a purse is a separate step. You have to have either a separate justification or separate consent. And so he's like, "Can I look inside your bag?" And the woman's like, "Yeah, that's fine. It's okay." He opens it up. There's cocaine in her purse.
This is okay. All right. Listen, so for folks who don't know, my area of expertise is use of force law. Like when you're allowed to shoot people and stuff like that. I don't do search and seizure law. I can't. I feel somewhat out of my depth. I just can't believe people would agree to searches when they know the inevitable outcome has to be the cops are going to find a lifetime of drugs inside their bag. But I guess it's possible. I'll defer to guys like Nick who worked those cases. I've never worked those kinds of cases.
But to be fair, that one was on Cops.
My only advice would be, please don't do that. I mean,
just don't consent to the search.
Most of the cases I work on are people who have never been in trouble with the law before in their lives. Please be that person. Don't shoot anybody. You don't have to. And for God's sakes, don't have 10 kilos of cocaine.
Yeah. The trick with that is you never have to consent to a search. You should always in the same way. If you do
always say no. Always say no, right?
If you do everything right, you should expect to be arrested. If you do a DWI stop right, you refuse a field test, you're going to get arrested. You're going to go in. You're going to either have a blood draw or you're going to do an intoxilizer, and it's fine because you're not drinking. So that's okay. It's better than them pegging you for something you didn't do.
Yes.
So you should expect to be arrested. In the same way, if they ask you, "Hey, can I search your vehicle?" say no. If they have enough grounds to search, they'll do it. Make them earn it. Make them earn it.
Right.
Here we go. There's only a minute.
And
a minute
just
or so.
Earlier, you said, to your knowledge, there's no firearms or weapons in the car, right?
Not that I know. At least personally, I'm not possessing any. I have no idea.
Anything illegal?
In my knowledge, I have no idea.
Okay.
Oh my God. Well, that's reassuring.
They're in CCW on it, but I don't think he has like
Okay.
weapons in his car. So.
What's that leg brace doing down there?
Oh, dude, he got his arm shot off in Kenosha.
You bastard, you ambushed me.
What's that leg brace doing down there? Oh, bro, he got his arm totally shot off in Kenosha. Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I know you.
No, I know
Probably
who
why he's a
Gaige
little
is.
apprehensive of answering you guys.
Now I know who that is, he says.
Anything, so.
You can have them flip out. All right, what's your first name again?
Part of me is like, I know the guy's a dirtbag. He deserves everything that's coming to him. And the other part of me is like, I'm a criminal defense attorney. I'm like,
Yep.
oh my God.
What the fuck? I don't want to get shot. No.
Are you
I don't
serious
want to
right
get
now?
shot.
Again.
Look, I don't want to get shot. Are you serious right now, dude? This cop has had every opportunity to shoot you if he was just a bad cop. Like, he's been so nice. I mean, sure, he's probing for stuff, but he even gave you legal advice. Stop answering questions right now. This guy's a better lawyer than the lawyer you can't afford right now for you. And
Well, he's a better lawyer than the lawyer you had. The lawyer you had was the prosecutor who was clearly willing to throw him under the bus for headlines, not even a conviction.
oh, God, embarrassing.
Dude, I don't trust you guys. So.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I do trust you guys. Trust you guys personally.
I don't trust you. I do trust you guys, but I don't trust you guys personally.
Listen, if I decided I didn't want to get shot in that traffic stop, I would be telling them, I trust you. I trust you. My hands are up. Please don't shoot me.
Blue lives matter. Blue lives matter.
But I don't know.
Is it okay if we search you?
100%, man.
100%. 100% left hand man.
Yeah, do you want to search anything else in my immediate possession right now? You want to search this car? Go ahead. It's cool. It's mine.
Oh my God.
You want to search this house we're in front of? It's cool. That's fine too. I talked to the owner.
Oh my God. Do we have to tell the audience don't consent to a search either? I mean, sometimes I feel weird about this because like you're normal, I'm normal, we're normal, like middle class people, but we're also lawyers who are kind of in the criminal defense space. And I'm like, I think normal people might say, oh, if the cop says, oh, can I search your car? Can I search your home? They'd be like, well, I have nothing to hide. Why not? Let them do that. Folks, don't ever let that happen. Ever. If they have a warrant, you step back, you let them do what they need to do. Your lawyer takes care of it. But if they don't have a warrant, F no.
Yeah, that's what he just said right there. Search you 100%. Is the difference between getting convicted and getting not an acquittal, a dismissal for failure to properly execute a search warrant. That's it. That
You
could
just
honestly
gave
be
him
the difference.
permission to not have to have a search warrant.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy.
Never allow the state to not do its job.
I have nothing
Okay, so
on
it's okay if we search you?
100%. I have nothing on it.
You live around here?
I do.
Can we search your house while we're at it?
Oklahoma?
Yeah.
50-ish
Near
in Oklahoma.
Yeah, near LA.
You want to pull your pants up, bro?
You can like on my wrists. I will gladly pull my pants up.
He's ass out for Harambe right now.
On the curb, man.
On the curb.
So basically, I'm gonna explain
I
something.
just saying like that. Just I promise I'm
Do not be surprised to end up on the curb.
Yeah, it's
Cops love you on the curb because you're stationary, you're fixed position. They love to have you there. You can't really go anywhere.
It's embarrassing. You don't want to be there. If anyone drives by, you think, "Oh fuck, everybody sees me."
Yep.
That guy. Oh, it's all theater. It's theater of intimidation, and they know it. They know it.
Nick is exactly right. It's part of the theater. They're trying to emotionally compel you to say words because the more words you say, the more likely you are to say words that are helpful to the prosecution. the criminal charge. And they're trying to embarrass you on the curb there. Is that right? I'm not saying that's right, folks. I'm not saying that's morally correct or that's the way the system should be. And if you're arguing for police reform, that's one of the first things I would say is that's a place for police reform. But it's allowed.
Yep, it's absolutely allowed, and it's extremely effective.
Say something to you real quick, okay? So, your buddy, driver, Gaige, he's gonna come with us, okay? So
he's gonna come with us.
We're done here. We're gonna give you the option of you can either walk home or we can see if we can give you a ride. To get you home safely.
I'm probably just. Yeah, I'm not going to drive his car. He can.
I know. Well, because I can tell you he's been drinking.
Yeah.
If he drives the car, they're going to jack this guy up for DWI too. That's what they're looking for.
See if we can give you a ride to like 60th and Oklahoma, or it's up to you if you want to walk.
I'll walk. Thank you.
Not right now.
No, you can't talk to that guy. He's done.
We'll be able to call people and probably get out tonight in a couple hours.
In a couple hours. It was
when I sobered up.
Well over 2 hours by the time Gaige actually gets out. It was a while. It was a while.
Okay.
So the cops are actually trying to trap this guy here. They're trying to say, hey, if you want to get in that car and drive it, it's okay with us. We'll just arrest you for DWI too.
I do, but like honestly, that's just fucking. I don't know. I might
just walk home, bro.
Just walk.
I'm a fat boy. I could probably use it. I could probably use it. Burn some calories.
Yeah.
Fucking eating McDonald's tonight, anyways.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just double check that we're.
Yeah.
Done with you real quick and.
Because if you were thinking of driving, we'd be happy to arrest you.
14, go ahead.
5-5 for 24.
You lift?
Matthew.
Do I lift?
Yeah.
We have internet around.
I work out, but I'm not necessarily how would you say a big gym rat.
I see that, man. I see that.
Yeah.
None of you guys are, especially him. What's up?
That's if you lift, bruh.
Guys, it's like a cuckold arrest. What the hell's going on?
Weird.
Like you're not really a man. You don't go to the gym.
You know your driver's license real quick?
Is it? Yeah.
Okay.
But am I
Just
driving on?
No, I'm just letting you
No,
know.
for sure. So fuck that. I don't give a fuck.
It's just for you to
I
know.
don't give a fuck, dude.
Oh, now he's a tough guy.
Yeah.
Now he's a tough guy.
He doesn't give an F, dude.
Do you little pieces of shit even lift? You even lift anything, bruh? I don't give a fuck if my driver's license expired, dude. I'm not driving. Fuck you.
So that cop who makes $33,000 a year, maybe less than this guy makes working at Starbucks. I don't know what the hell Gaige Grosskreutz does for a living. That cop who makes less than him just locked him up in jail. So who's in charge, really?
Let's see.
No, fuck you.
Oh, fuck me?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Fuck me.
Fuck the police? Yeah, all right.
Dude, it must suck being a cop, man. Especially when you have someone of color, dude.
Yeah, it sucks because we have people like you.
I bet, man.
Yeah.
By the way, for folks who don't know, all these kind of comments, they get noted on the ticket. All right. Maybe it's subtle, maybe it's not, but they get noted on the ticket. And when the ticket gets to actual court, the court's aware that you said this bullshit. Even if it's not, the recording's on a video and no one wants to play it. There's a little checkbox on the ticket form that said, this guy was a particular dick in this arrest. And they treat you differently.
Let's see. Characteristic under non-traditional or characterized under non-traditional. This defendant is a cunt. That's what they write on it.
Normally, there's no words. There's no letters. There's just a little check mark in the far corner. I'm sorry. In my experience, 25 years in Massachusetts, that's how they did it. I don't know. I don't know how they do it in other states. But where I was, if there was that little check box in the corner, the judge knew, the clerk knew, everyone knew this guy was an exceptional dick on the arrest. There's no way you're getting an easy fall on that ticket.
Yep, and this is just stupid. What a waste. You're ending the encounter. These cops have been nice to you. I mean, they're doing their job, but they've been cordial. They haven't
Who got
roughed
punched?
you up. Yeah.
Nobody. Right?
No,
I mean,
no punches,
this
no
is as
tases.
easy an arrest as you could possibly imagine. They got cuffed, of course, because you always get cuffed, but no one got even bruised.
Yeah, you get cuffed so that you don't pull a gun out of your anus and shoot someone.
Which
I mean,
happens.
Yeah.
Sorry, but it happens.
That wasn't even a Derringer. That was a full 38. Here we go.
Deuces, Gaige, let's go. Fuck the police, Gaige. Let's go. Fuck the police.
Can you please be quiet?
Yep.
Fuck the police.
You're about to get a disorderly, buddy.
You're being loud.
Yep.
It's disorderly. I get it.
Yes,
yeah,
right.
disorderly is a very general fucking.
So
yeah.
please be quiet.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm being quiet, man.
Right. No, you were shouting. And
Dude's
literally putting your hands
2:45 in
on
the
my
morning.
Buddy,
Shut up.
goodbye. Fuck the police.
That's fine. You can have that opinion. That's the beautiful thing about this country, that
It
you can
is.
have your own,
It is.
your
But
own
like
opinion.
the thing is, my opinion is outweighs most people's opinion. So it's fucking,
No, you
it's a
outweigh
great-
most people. That doesn't give your opinion any leverage at all.
Find anything cool yet, man? I hope his fucking. Never mind.
Oh, I hope his what?
This pistol there or what?
I hope it's not.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
dude, he's a weirdo. I don't know what the fuck that thing. As long as it's on his fucking gun, I don't give a fuck what you pull out of there. As long as it's on my gun or his gun, let's go. What kind of gun do you
All
carry?
right. So I would never encourage people to
Like
engage
Beretta?
with co-conspirators, but if you're going to engage with co-conspirators, please make them not be idiots.
Not this moron. What?
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
it's like when someone challenges you to a game of anything. For me growing up, it was like at the arcade. My buddies and I, we would go play Tekken in the arcade. For other people, it's one-on-one basketball or whatever. Or, someone challenges you and then you beat the brakes off of them, and then they sit there and they're like, yeah, this guy sucks. Yeah, you guys know how much this guy sucks. It's like, dude, that's what you're doing right now. You've been completely undone by some young police officers because you got caught like a moron and then blabbed and blabbed and blabbed. And they could have they could take this guy in if they really wanted to. If they wanted to tag this guy.
They live in a different world, right? This guy lives emotionally in a, not legally, but emotionally in a different world, right? He's kind of superior or above to the, in a weird way, to the criminal justice system. And I get it, because the criminal justice system is arbitrary and weird and doesn't strike. It's like, it's not lightning doesn't strike everyone who deserves it, So a lot of people could be inflicted by the criminal justice system and aren't. And so they begin to believe that, like, well, obviously I must be kind of immune from this or not subject to it, and they don't understand that the criminal justice system will reach out with the wrath of an evil witch and grab you about the neck and drag you in if it feels it's appropriate for the system to do that. And this guy's like, well, it's never happened before, so it's not my problem. It's blah, 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 blah. But he doesn't understand. That witch of the criminal justice system can grab him about the neck and drag him in. And suddenly he's looking at felony charges and maybe a decade in prison because it's never happened before, because previously the system has treated him leniently.
To the chat, I think the 40 cal Beretta comment is actually coming from the cop. I think that's his service weapon that he's talking about. But here, we'll see.
40 cal sucks.
That's what the chat is also saying.
Sorry.
The thing is hard to conceal.
Mm-hmm.
Very hard to conceal. But unless you're a big guy, make it work.
Oh my God, I'm just looking at the comments now. Oh my God, your comments are horrible. You have monsters in your comments.
It's the best chat on the internet.
What's wrong with these people? Oh my God. And I used to let my children watch these.
Don't do that.
No. That's
least
over.
Drive that little piece of shit car that little pussy was driving and pulled.
You people are monsters.
Even the 20-year-old children don't let them watch either.
The toll out, I'm gonna give this to you.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. That's the very least you could do. Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah,
Brother.
the least you can do.
Dude, you could have just thrown your McDonald's
fellow
McNuggies
pig.
on the street. He has no obligation to you.
Is this yours? You want it? No, okay.
Let us sync it up. Boy's got $70,000 of bail money. Let's go.
Oh, he's got $70,000. You gotta respect him then, little officer on the street.
What is
that works every time.
$70,000 he's talking about? Is he talking about the cars? Or?
Street cops love it when you tell the guys who are making 30 grand a year, and you know, they love it when you tell them how much. Do you know who I am? That'll definitely keep you from being arrested.
Cop just says you're weird, dude.
Scared of you?
Possibly.
Why would I be scared of you?
I mean, you got a nice gun, some tack.
This is brilliant. This guy starts talking about how the cop is scared. Cop is calling me, says, "Why would I be scared of you? Are you threatening me?" It's
the moment
police.
that guy says gun, I would be alarmed. That escalated things right there. Oh,
Yep.
You got a nice gun, man. I do. Yeah. My department gave it to me. Are you planning to take this from me? Why are you talking about my gun?
Yep, he's inviting this guy. Please make a threat against a peace officer in the commission of his duties.
I wouldn't go that far, but I wouldn't say that was not happening either.
But otherwise,
What are you, a pussy? Go ahead, go for my gun.
you tell me, man. You're the one staring at me.
Well, letting you know, just
Yeah, you didn't say
I'm not
anything, so
scared
you're
of
not
you.
letting me know anything. I'm letting you know, like, you're scared of me. I get it.
Well, I'm pretty sure you know you're cuffed up.
Oh, he's not cuffed right now. He's just holding his hands behind his back.
here's your.
Is he by himself?
Yeah, because see, look, there it is.
Oh yeah, look at that.
They
Wow,
never
definitely.
cuffed him. He was just standing with his hands behind his back.
I would cuff him just for that.
Yeah. What an idiot.
Obviously, he had a reasonable expectation of being cuffed.
Oink, brothers.
All right, man. Fuck 12, like you said.
Oh, cops are so scared today.
By the way, guys, cops have never heard "fuck the police." They've never heard that they're fascist monsters. You know, your wonderful, unique insight into their situation is something that they've never encountered anywhere. They've actually, it's their first minute on the job every time they arrest you. So
Part of the problem is the people who listen to this show, or my show for that matter, are people who
know
are
this.
normally law-abiding. They don't interact with law enforcement in a violent way. But I can assure you, there is a portion of the population who interacts with law enforcement in a super violent way, like to kill them before they can go home that night every day. So our expectation of how cops should react with normal people in normal life is perfectly reasonable for us, but maybe not so reasonable for cops who are actually threatened with death every time they step out of their patrol car.
right, and that's why we get a Chauvin. That's why we get the cops in the Rayshard Brooks shooting, is because whether they're justified or not under the law, what they are is on edge because there's a sub percentage of the population that treat them as if they are not worthy of life.
And does, in fact, kill them.
Right. Yeah.
And it actually happens. So it's not imaginary.
Yep. It's and so that's like, again, it's not necessarily a legal justification. Obviously, a jury decided that Derek Chauvin was not justified in his actions. Rayshard Brooks is an interesting case that I wonder if that'll ever eventually get to trial, but they may or may not be justified. It doesn't matter what the justification is legally. Their posture, their attitude, their reaction is reaction to the reality that some people believe that they don't deserve to live based on their uniform. It's a mess. But Andrew.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna wrap up the show here. So I'm going to kick you off, but thank you. You made this so much funnier than it was going to be. And I welcome and appreciate you on the show. Thank you so much for coming on.
Well, when
So-
I can, Nick, I'm happy to do it. I certainly don't mean to step on your show. You have
not at all.
enormously successful show without me even being in existence. So, but whenever I can add some value, just let me know. I'm happy to do it.
Well, it was a blast to have you on tonight. Let me know, or I'll add you to our Twitter group so that you can pop into the show on Kim Potter if you're able to. If you're not, obviously
When is that?
I'll be doing the remaining jury selection tomorrow. I'm hoping it's quick. They just have to seat the two alternates. But otherwise, whenever they start the full trial, which if they seat the two alternates and have the weekend, I assume jury instructions and opening arguments may begin on Monday. But you'll be welcome on if you want to pop on. But
Okay.
like I said, I'll add you to our group chat on Twitter. And then in your Twitter DMs, you'll always have a link there from that.
So right now, and this could change any moment, but right now I'm contractually obligated to kind of cover the case myself while it's happening. That could end. I've extended to my contractual partner. I think it's stupid for us to. Stupid's too strong a word. Less than
I won't tell him.
Well, I'm sure he's listening, but less than productive to do it that way. I don't want to take their money to do something that's so boring, basically. But yes, the moment I'm free, either way, either because the voir dire has ended or my sponsor has ended, I would love to jump on. Unfortunately, I think the case is really very simple. I mean, of course, a Rittenhouse is really simple too. A lot of these cases are really simple in a technical legal sense. It's the facts and the people that make things complicated, even if the law is simple. But yes, sorry.
Can you imagine we've got 5 so far, 5 state attorneys, including the Attorney General of Minnesota, on this relatively benign manslaughter case in any other environment.
So the Attorney General of Minnesota, who's never actually prosecuted a job by himself in his entire life, he's nothing but a political actor. So this is all nonsense. But
he was present for the first day of voir dire. Like that is insanity that Keith Ellison was in the room for the first day of voir dire. He sat there for 9 hours doing nothing.
Whether it's insanity depends on the purpose.
Right. He's clearly sending a message.
If the purpose is political, then it was time well spent doing nothing for 9 hours, which is what he did. You're quite right.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, like I said, I'll send you the invite. Thank you so much for coming on tonight. I'll let you I won't kick you off, but I'll let you exit.
No, of course. Yeah.
And then I'll wrap up the stream. So thank you very much. I'll talk to you soon, buddy.
I am signing off. Good night, everybody. Thank you, Nick, so much for having me on.
Of course. All right, guys. That's it. So one of my goals tonight was to read through the chats from earlier today, as well as the chats tonight. It's way later than I expected, but I hope what I've done is brought you a great show. I'm going to finish the $20 plus chats that are out there, and then I'll tack these onto the things I need to do. And if I did not get you your chat tonight, I do humbly and wholly apologize. I will get to it. But I thought having Andrew on was a complete value add for the stream. And we got into areas. I didn't get into the Supreme Court arguments at all. We just had the Gaige DUI watch party, which I thought was great. So here we go. Let me wrap these up. And then I have to go to bed because I have to get up early to go get a COVID test and then get back so I can cover Kim Potter. By the way, my camera, it froze up in the middle of the stream, and its OBS is broken right now. I tried switching to, I have 3 or 4 different cameras plugged into this computer right now. None of them are working. I can't get any of them to actually function. So this is unfortunately what I'm stuck with. There's something happened. My computer probably needs a hard reboot to get this fixed up. So we'll get it. I'll get it fixed by the morning. But I'm not sure what happened. I even changed the battery on my camera thinking that was the issue. It was not. It's a software issue. So unfortunately, don't know what happened with OBS, but it's not taking any video inputs right now. Here we go. General Isimo says, Ricada Law, look up the Mac Tonight Moon Man sometime and then tell me our dude here doesn't look like him. Totally dig the new daytime panel format. Rittenhouse coverage was excellent. Chat simping for Judge Mommy, though. Yeah, it's a little embarrassing on the chat. A little embarrassing. I'm loving the daytime show. I think the daytime show, it's different than the nighttime show. It's a little, it's a little more wound up. It's a little bit, it's tailored for a daytime audience, but I think it's great. I think people are responding. And as long as people keep watching it, especially in the numbers that they're watching it, I'm going to keep doing it. We'll cover trials when there are trials. When there's not a trial, we'll just go ahead and have a much shorter daytime normal show. And the response to it has been phenomenal. So, Pimp Poppy says, use your phone as a webcam. No, you're misunderstanding. I have several different cameras of all different types plugged into this computer. No camera input is working right now. None of them. So it's something different. I have this camera is running through a cam link. So that's one issue. The others are running in through USB. Those are not working either. Everything's broken. Everything's broken on that. Trump Willis is my name, says, Branca, your argument for Kyle 8 sometimes you just got to take a beating, and you do know that a human brain cannot register a 1/10 of a second leg movement with your EFAP, just an FYI, that wasn't a 120 FPS camera. So that is an issue with Branca's argument on the Kyle Carruth situation. Amateur Ant says, if women can get off their own, let me rephrase. If women can off their own babies without the man's consent, a man shouldn't have to pay child support if she wants to keep it. Give it back to each state and let the chips fall. The Supreme Court had no right doing what they did. I agree 100% with everything you just said. If women have the sole power of abortion or birth, then men should have control over whether or not they pay child support. That's an interesting question. Peter Pete says, I made around $200K a year driving a semi. When I talk to people, it makes me laugh when college grads make half what I do and hate their jobs. Dude, a college grad making $100K a year is a happy college grad. Most of them are nowhere even close when they start out. When I graduated college, guys, not my first job, my first career job out of college was making $34,000 a year, I think. And then I upgraded to $37,500 at my next job. And then, then I was on the upward trajectory, but then that all changed. And then I became a lawyer, but like $37,500? Are you kidding me? With a bachelor's degree? When I made $34,000 a year at Wells Fargo, one of the guys who made the exact same money as I did had the exact same job as I did. He was entered the program at the exact same time. He had gone to a private school. A couple of them. One of them had gone to Northwestern University, which is a Christian private school, and the other one went to Purdue. These guys had $70,000 to $90,000 in debt. They're going to come out of college making $34,000 a year, 70 to 90 grand in debt. Holy shit. Nowadays, of course, things have changed dramatically. Nowadays, you can get $15 an hour working at McDonald's. It's insane. It's insane how things have changed, but it's still not enough. Free Flyer 1978 says, grew up in Minnesota, but been living in Honolulu the last 20 years. Is Wisconsin still DUI capital of the U.S.? Probably, honestly. Corey Boatwright says, it's not just you. This is hilarious. Should make it a semi-regular segment to watch DUIs try to talk their way to perceived sobriety. Man, that was an unexpected gift having Branca on. All of the comedy came out on this stream. So, all right, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. This stream went well over an hour longer than I expected, and I'm happy about that. But that's the reality. I need to go to bed. Like I said, I've got a COVID test in the morning, and I got to get back for Kim Potter for tomorrow. I think we'll finish up tomorrow. So I hope you guys enjoyed the show. I will see you in the morning. Thank you for watching, guys. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the